Beyond Binaries, Understanding Sexual Identities and Queer Rights Issues in India. Day 1. Namaste and greetings. I, Samriddhi, researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, Prabhav Evam Niti Anusandhan Sansthan, Nai Delhi, extend my warmest welcome to you all to IMPRI #webpolicylearning. Today, on the occasion of Pride Month 2023, we are gathered here for day 1 of Beyond Binaries, Understanding Sexual Identities and Queer Rights Issues in India, an online international summer school program, a 5-day immersive online certificate training course. This program is organized by the IMPRI Gender Impact Study Center, GISC. At the very outset, let me give you a brief background on this certification course. In the past decade, India has fought its prejudice to establish a more diverse and inclusive welfare society for people from the lgbtqia plus community with its recognition of the rights of transgender persons bill in 2014 and in 2017 with the SC recognizing sexual orientation as protected under the fundamental right to privacy. The landmark judgment of 2018 that decriminalized homosexuality and the 2022 ruling that entitled unmarried partners or same-sex couples to welfare benefits come as a beacon of hope in establishing a diverse, inclusive, and progressive India. However, the battle continues as we grapple with social prejudices, stigma, and discrimination against the LGBTQIA plus community. There are plenty of areas to explore to fully comprehend the psychological distress that sexual minorities are often subject to, and also to navigate through some of the ever-changing legal debates on issues such as gender dysphoria, trans health, and queer legal reforms, among others. In the same context, same-sex unions still do not have any legal backing, and policymakers have long grappled with the question of whether India will become the second nation in South Asia to legalize it after Taiwan. This 5-day immersive online certificate training course will deconstruct the dichotomies and exist within the understanding of sexuality and gender and enlighten the participants with the nuances of sexuality, gender, and queer identity issues and rights in India. This course will take a methodological approach to understanding the entrenched issue of discrimination at school, colleges, in the workplace, and in interpersonal relationships where people from the community continue to face abuse, including physical violence, social isolation, humiliation, and death threats from society and family alike. The horizons of the course will extend to include health disparities and global inequalities in this domain. Questions of inclusivity and legalization will be dealt with in recognition of their rights. Apart from being a lecture series, the course will provide a safe space where consent is at its core and will include film discussions and interactive sessions where participants can interact openly with the panelists and each other. This course will be conducted by expert resource persons comprising legal practitioners, civil society activists, professionals, and academics. In all its attempt to emerge as a global power, it is high time for India sets an example on the international stage of the value of building a positive, discrimination-free, and safe space for the LGBTQIA plus community. Participants will gain a comprehensive understanding of queer politics, history, and legal rights through this course. They will delve into nuances of sexual identities, explore the struggles and triumphs of the queer community, gain insights beyond binary concepts. Ultimately, participants will be equipped with the knowledge and perspective needed to contribute to a more inclusive and informed society. The theme of this program are history and political dimensions, queer politics in contemporary political atmosphere, social and health dimensions, legal and rights dimensions, solidarity, and cultural dimensions. This program has an excellent panel of experts who will be sharing their expertise for a 5-day immersive online certificate training course. Our chair for the program is Professor Vibhuti Patel, Visiting Distinguished Professor, IMPRI. The distinguished expert panel includes Maya Avastiji, Dr. Kaustav Padmapati-ji, Sonal Gyani-ji, Rituparna Niyog-ji, Professor Pushpesh Kumar-ji, Arav Akunji, Vikramaditya Sahayji, Professor Mala Ramanathanji, Dr. Aksa Sheikh, Mr. Adhiraj Parasarthiji, Professor Veena Vaswaniji, Vijay Jayanti Vasanta Mogliji, Dr. Preeti Barmanji, Harish Ayerji, Rituparna Boraji, Dr. Debulina De, Dr. Debashish Maitra, Dr. Lavanya Arvindji, Maya Avastiji. The convener of this course is Dr. Simi Mehta, CEO and Editorial Director at IMPRI. Moving ahead, a warm welcome to the course Beyond Binaries, Understanding Sexual Identities and Queer Rights Issues in India. Your active involvement in this program highlights the critical importance of engaging in an open and meaningful discussion surrounding sexual identities and queer rights. We sincerely appreciate your valuable time, energy, and contributions towards understanding and engaging with this significant issue. Thank you for your active involvement and commitment to making a difference. By exploring these topics together, we can deepen our understanding, challenge societal norms, and work towards fostering an inclusive and equitable society for all. Thank you for joining in this transformative journey. We have also shared the course outline and reading resources via email for your kind reference and perusal. Okay, before we start the session, I would like to announce the housekeeping rules. It is imperative that you join the meeting on time. There will be a Q&A session after the presentation. Share your questions in the Q&A box and not on the chat box. The questions must not be posted as an anonymous attendee. Ensure that your questions are precise and please refrain from making general comments in the question to save time. Okay, so our theme for day one is history and political dimensions. Session for today includes historical aspects of trans lives in India by Maya Avastiji, body, normativity and sexuality by Professor Vibhuti Patelji, non-binary identity and transgenders in India, importance of queer movement in the socio-cultural space of Northeast India by Dr. Kaustav Padmapati, and finally, situational analysis and needs assessment of lesbian, bisexual women and transmasculine community in India by Sonal Gyanji. Now, without any further ado, let me start the program. It is my honor and privilege to invite the chair of the program, Professor Vibhuti Patelji, to start the program with her opening remarks. Thank you, ma'am. Now we start our session.
Yeah. So, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Samriddhi. Am I? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening, friends, and thank you, Samriddhi. I really feel humbled to be in your midst because I am still learning this whole complex issue of beyond gender binary. It was my teaching at TISS for 3 years that made me understand this subject in great depth. So this online international summer school program, we have got massive response, and I'm really thankful to IMPRI team for giving me this responsibility of anchoring this whole course, a 5-day immersive online certificate training course on beyond binaries. So Dr. Arjun Kumar, Dr. Simi Mehta, Vidita Jha, Vaijanti Mogli, Naina Agarwal, Aswat, and Samriddhi, please accept my heartfelt thanks. Welcome Maya Avastiji, Dr. Kaustav Padampatiji, and Sonal Gyani. The month of June is known as the Pride Month or the LGBT History Month to acknowledge community struggle and to commemorate America's Stonewall riots of June 1969. June 20th is marked as the Pride Day every year. Pride Month commemorates the Stonewall Uprising, a watershed event that resulted in series of liberation protests held by gay community in 1969 at the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village, which is neighborhood of Lower Manhattan in New York City. In sexual politics, term queer connotes description of sexuality that rejects normative definition of appropriate feminine and masculine sexual behavior. More contemporary meanings of queer have been picked up and used by activists and academics to mark movements within sexual identity politics and also the theoretical frameworks for understanding gender and sexuality. Queer is a contested term. Scholars and activists constantly disagree on what queer means and the way in which it should be used. So queer is often used as an umbrella term to denote whole gender spectrum, sexual identity within a particular community. The queer community may be made up of people who identify themselves as either lesbians or gays or bisexual or transgender or asexual. Some find queer as an easy way to describe a large community of gender spectrum. Labeling people whose sexual identity fall outside the heterosexuality or the gender binaries may create solidarity among people based on community, which may in turn encourage them to identify with one another, and also like create a community in which they find support and organize to initiate a political movement. And we have seen that over last 3 decades, that how the political movement around decriminalization of 377 or the transgender persons rights act, which is highly inadequate, and there are many, many limitations. It's not, and queer community is quite unhappy with that act, but the whole process that happened globally with the UN initiative, and then the various nation states, they also started responding. So besides sexuality, queer is also used to describe a particular gendered community, and this community is made up of people who fall outside society's prescribed male, female, or masculine, feminine dichotomies, and their gender identities and the way they embody and perform gender do not coincide with either fixed biological notion of sex or the societal notion of queer. So queer community may have political agendas. They may fight to be accepted in a heterosexual mainstream society in terms of job, in terms of budgetary allocation, in terms of developmental investment, and also resist assimilation into the heteronormative culture. Critics argue that such a usage of queer may indeed bring solidarity to a marginalized group, giving them power in numbers. So it is very important that we don't lump everyone who falls outside the social norm under the category of just one particular category, because it may ignore the differences between gender spectrum and thus may misinterpret them at the same time. So it is very important that how we label a group called queer could also reinforce the gendered and sexualized dichotomies by creating queer in relationship to and opposition with all others who represent quote unquote normal heteronormative society. So we have seen that heroic struggle fought over last 2 or 3 decades globally as well as in our country, where we have seen that the transsexuality has been understood as a refers to person who desires to or who has modified their body to transition from one gender or sex to another through the use of medical technologies as a hormones or surgeries. That is also very important part. And during the pandemic also, it came up that when they were not provided the medical services, what all happened. Internalized homophobia, social desirability bias, conversion therapy, toxic atmosphere, painful journey by the gender stereotypes that treat homosexuality as a disease. All these are a mind-boggling issue. And verbal abuse, catcalling, social exclusion result in a closeted existence and self-doubt. So with all these important concerns that we have, this course has now unfolded today. And our first speaker is none other than Madam Maya Avasthi, who will be telling us the historical aspect of the trans lives in India. After that, I will be speaking about body normativity and sexuality. And we have a Dr. Kaustubh Padmapati, who will be speaking on non-binary identity and transgenders in India, importance of queer movement in socio-cultural space of Northeast India. So now with this, I would like to again tell the IMPRI team to take over. We have fourth speaker also, Ms. Sonal Gyani, situational analysis and need assessment of lesbian, bisexual women, and also trans-masculine community in India.
Thank you, Vibhuti ma'am. I would like to go ahead and invite Maya Avasthi, co-founder, Transgender Welfare Equity and Empowerment Trust, TWEET Foundation. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am would be speaking on the topic historical aspects of trans lives in India. The floor is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. First of all, I like to thank the entire IMPRI team for giving an opportunity to talk on this subject. Also, Dr. Bhaviti for introducing me with IMPRI and give me a chance to take the opening session of for the 5 days program. So, can we have our slides, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So, to understand transgender, what are transgender and how are they, where they came from, like, they're not the alien who came from other world or the other space. They're the one who've been part of the system from day one with us. As the humanity or the civilization is evolved, uh, transgender was part of it. So to understand about transgender, we have to understand where kahan se aaye wo, kaun hai wo. Okay, to know the history. Today we are talking about transgender rights. Today we are talking about transgender as a hot cake, but then it is important to understand the historical background of transgender. So taking it ahead, please, next slide. So how do we identify transgender? That's one of the more important thing, because once we said transgender, the very first picture which comes in our mind or most of the mind is someone whom I met at begging on the street, someone whom I met on the railway platform or inside a train, bus stand, or while going back home, I saw someone who was doing sex work or solitary in some of the bushes. So this is what the first picture always come as. But then this not the thing. Transgender, it's a wide umbrella. Transgender is a wide term which have multiple subsections into it. In my coming slides, you will see that when I'm talking about. But one more important thing is transgender is something when person says about himself or herself. It need to be self-identified instead of being identified by someone else. So if you see the NALSA judgment, which came in 2021, 2014, the Supreme Court have clearly said that person has his own choice of select gendering, confirming their own gender. Each person can take gender of male, female, or others, or trans, other slash trans, is a self-declaration. No one have to just certify him. No one have to talk about anyone's gender. Taking the next slide. So this one I was talking about when we talk about transgender. Transgender, big umbrella. So transgender, what I try to do it divided into a three form of identity. One is just an identity. Second is a religion, because India being a religious country, more of a cultural driven, region driven culture. Hence, even the transgender have divided themselves, been acknowledged by the religion and the expression also. So when we talk about identity, that mainly identity known as hijras. Hijras again come into the religion, but then hijra is the people who are the one who go to a hijra culture, have guru, and take the understanding that they will follow the norms of hijra culture, and which is not been forced. This is again on will. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, we always hear that there's a myth, there's a misunderstanding that लोगों को हिजड़ा बना देते हैं. People make people hijra. People don't make hijra. There's his own will. You have to go to you have to identify your own guru. You have to talk to the person. You have to see how well you can adjust with the person, and then taking the permission of the guru and get into the hijra culture and follow all the norms, rituals, and customs of hijra uh, gharana. So this is what we are talking about hijras. Then we have trans women. Trans women are the people who identify themselves as trans, but they do not align with their basic understanding is that what is transgender? Transgender is a person who don't align with the gender or the sex which they're born with by the birth. So if I'm a woman, I'm born as a woman and I don't identify myself, my body doesn't identify, align with the expression, gender expression, what I have it, then it is a gender dysphoria. And for gender dysphoria, we try to remove this dysphoria or get away from dysphoria, we get into transition and transition into the body which I align with. So I may born as a woman and I think I am a man. I transit to a man and become a trans man. The other way around, I may born as a man. Sorry, I have a born as a man. I may not comfortable being a man. In my case, I'm a trans woman. I'm going to say I was born as a man, but my gender expression was very much like female, and I was not okay with this grown up as a man, and I had a gender dysphoria, and I got my process of transition started. And now I'm on a transition where I identify myself as a trans woman. But since I belong to Hijra Gharana, hence I follow Hijra culture also. So every trans woman can't be Hijra, and all Hijra cannot be a trans woman. It's like that. Okay. Then we have transsexual. Transsexual are the people who are in the process of transitioning. So they are transsexual. Kinder and Hijras are again same word. And third gender. Third gender is identity which Supreme Court gave us in 2014. When we talk about religious identity, we have Jogtis. Jogtis and Jogapas are the people. If you understand, if you're from south of Maharashtra and the north of Karnataka, they are people who do the worship to the god, and they carry God on their head and they go for begging. And whatever they get in the begging, that is the livelihood for them. So they are the Jogtis. Uh, Shiv Shakti, we have Mangalmukhi, we have uh, Aravanis who are from the south, again from they are the cultural driven. Uh, I have shared the learning or the reading material in which Nalsa judgment have clearly specified what are Joktis, what are in Nalsa judgment 2014. The definition of each identity has been clearly mentioned. Why Hijra? Why Hijras are been known for blessing. So when I come to my next slide, I will talk about it. But then Aravani, we have to understand that Aravani are the people who are from South Chennai and they get married to God for a day. This has a story of Ramayana, of the Mahabharata. When Mahabharata was on and the war was not getting over, that time they have asked what should be the solution for it. Like, how many days will go? We have to stop this war at some of the other day. Then it was said that if someone, young men, who uh, like you have to give a sacrifice of your own son who is very young, and then this will make us history where people can be connect. Sorry, when you give the sacrifice, then there'll be a God who will be get खुश हो जाएंगे, will be get appraised, and they will bless you with the victory. So in that case, it was like who will give their own son. I'm going to say that Arjuna came, said that my son, I will give my son, and he was like, what? But that's the rule was that even the one who want to get sacrificed have to give his own will. It can't be forced. So the person was said like, yes, I want to give my life, but then my only deal would be like, I want to get married for one, like before getting on sacrifice, I want to get married and live a life of a family life. So they look for a girl anywhere and they didn't found girl anywhere who will be ready to get married for one single day and be a widow for the entire life. No girl was ready. No king was ready to give their girl. But this have to happen because there should be an end to the war. So that time, Vishnu took the Mohini route. And Mohini got married to and this marriage got happened. And next day, the son goes and he gets sacrifices his life, and then there's the end of the war. So this has been taken as a mark where Aravanis do all the hijras from the, or the transgender from Aravani hills. They get married to a god for one day, and next day they get widow. And it's a big mela which happened at that particular place. So this is the story of Aravanis. Then for hijra, I will come with the next slide where it's showing up. Then we have expression, koti. Koti is just a term given to a feminist men. Drag queen and drag king are someone who drag, or make, they change they wear clothes which are over and above the expression, over and above the life, and they do perform art. So they are drag queen, gender queer, Masya Alma, and cross-dresser. These all are different identity. As the things evolve, they do come. So in Native America, they call as two spirits. If you see on the right hand side, the first stop is a two spirit. We even talk about gender fluid. We talk about cisgender, cross-gender, intersex. Intersex are the intersex are the people, they don't come in transgender, but then intersex are the people who don't, when they born, their genitals are in such a way that you can't identify them as male or female. Okay, because normally when child is born with the genitals, they have been called as like a ladka hua ki ladki hui. You have a male child or a female child. So this is the talking about gender identities. Next, please. India is a very rich country in culture, religion, and mythology. If we talk about who was a hero of Mahabharata, we all say it is Krishna, or we will say it is Arjun or the Bhishma Pitama, but it is not like that. The hero of the Mahabharata was Shikhandi. How can we say that? Because of Shikhandi, Bhishma Pitama, we were able to kill Bhishma Pitama, and Bhishma Pitama, when Bhishma Pitama is gone, the entire war is gone, because it was like, the time Bhishma Pitama is there in the war, no one can win. So Shikhandi was one of the reasons. Shikhandi was born to King Draupada in the kingdom of Panchal. He was Panchali's sister, sorry, and they was born as a girl but raised as a boy, for the only reason because there were no male child of that king. Hence, to make the successor of the kingdom, the the Shikhandi was made to grow like a king, like a male, and for that he was made as a warrior, as a Senapati of the particular thing. And all the version of Mahabharata says Shikhandi was reborn of Amba, Amba. Amba is the one who have given a curse to the Bhishma Pitama, saying that I will be, next time when I reborn, I'll be the reason for your death. So that is one thing. In Asian India, there are many words at Tithya Panthi, Napasunka, Kinnara. In Jain text also, our mention is there. And Ram Katha mentioned that when Ram was given an exile for 14 years to go to the forest or jungle and then come back after 14 years, that time entire Ayodhya people, the country people, have gone along with him. At the river, say Sarayu river, Lord Rama said, "This is the time now. I have to take it ahead. You all have to go back because you have your own duty. I am doing my own duty." So you have asked all the male and female to go back to your home and take care of your duty. When he came after 14 years, he found that when he landed to the Sarayu river on the other side of the side of the Ayodhya, he found that there are people who have been there. And he like, who are you? They said, we are the people from your own kingdom. So like, but I have asked all my kingdom people to go back home and take care of your own duties. But they said, you ordered that all the men and women have to go. We are not neither men, neither women. We are kinders. You have not ordered to us, so we were waiting for you. And Lord Rama was so touched with that he said, now I bless you that whoever you bless will be the blessing of mine. That's the reason why we always say that when you kinder comes, they give blessings. It's like the blessing of a God itself. मतलब शब्द जो है वो भगवान के मुंह के शब्द है. So it's like that. So that's one of the reason the people fear of the curse from Hijra, and they love the blessing from Hijra. So, but that is a myth. But then this has come from the mythology. Next, please. So this is what I was talking about, the first picture. Every year in the village of Koyavam in Tamil Nadu, they put this wedding of one day where all the trans people do get wedding with the god, and next day they get widow. So this is a big, large gathering happening annual. It's not about mythological, but also in a form of, even in the Mughal history, we were given the royal treatment. We were considered as the soldiers. Uh, all the Mughal Empire used to believe on us, have a full faith and loyalty that these people will be always safeguard their wives, because we were not men, we were not women, and we have we cannot harm any woman in sexual or physical violence. So in that case, we were given a special position of cook. We were special position of in the court of king. We were dancers, we were soldiers, we were harems of queens were guarded by us. So this is the reason why we were given so many important position. Now we talk about another mythological thing. We talk about Mata Bauchura, which travel on cock, hen. Uh, this has been said that there is at Mehsana, Gujarat, there is a temple of Bauchura Mata, and the story is that king was not having a child from long time, and he worshipped God of Bauchura and asked to bless for a child. He got child, but then it was a female child, female girl. It was a girl, and then he was like, I cannot help it out because my kingdom will be taken away. There is no successor. What he did he grown that child as a male, the way the Shikandi did it. Shikandi was grown. So he grown the child as male and taught all the war techniques, all the things like the way he used to do for the boy, the same thing he did it for her daughter. But for entire world, it was a boy child. For him, it was a female child. So in that case, one of the soldiers saw her changing and found that she is a girl, not a man. Hence, and that was the girl came to know, and she ran away for her safety. When she ran away with for her safety, she was on a female horse, not a male horse, on a female horse, and she jumped in a well, taking the name of Bauchara Mata to save her with the horse. By the time she had not died, but she came out of water as a man, and even the horse become a male horse. So it's like that. And this is what Bauchara has been known for, and Mehsana, and the lake is still there in the Bauchara Mandir. I visit every year. I follow Bauchara Mata, so I visit every year. So same way we have Yalama at south, at Saundati in Solapur, where been worshipped by Hijra people. Next slide, please. We have another story of mythology which talk about Ardhanareshwar, where union of Shiva and Parvati. It is Ardhanareshwar or Adi Shakti. All these things we talk about the union of Shiv and Parvati or Shakti, which is the prime power which has been worshipped as Nataraj in the form of Nataraj by most of the dancers. We have heard about the story of Braham Lala. It is when in Mahabharata, when all the Pandavas were asked to excel for 1 year, Gupta Karavas was like that they have to not been identified by anyone in the area, in that area or the city, and they were asked like, if you will identify, you will get another 1 year. So unless you complete 1 year with the identity been not been identified, then your thing will get closed. So in that time, all the Pandavas took different role in a kingdom. Someone became a cook, the Bhim became a cook. Uh, Sahadev became the horse stable caretaker. Draupadi was the makeup artist for a queen. She should take care of queen as a thing. Uh, Arjuna, Yudhishthir became the uh, part of the court and give the advice to the king, where Arjuna took a role of a female and convert himself with a female and start teaching dance to the daughter of king, and that is called Brahmala. The that identity was for him. The name was given Brahmala, and he teaches the dance to the entire to the queen, the princess. So this is what. So my only reason of bringing all these stories is like, if you see, most of the transgender or the transition is been coming from the stories. You have heard about when we had this Sagar Manthan, and we have this Amrut out of the Sagar from the ocean. That time when they had a fight between the god and the devil, that time Krishna, for the sharing of Amrut, that time Krishna took a Mohini rope, or the Vishnu took the Mohini rope. So these are the many examples within our own culture, within old rituals. If you go to Khajuraho temple, you'll find the example. These are the been sculpted in the caves. So we're not talking about anything which is out of the text. It's not Western influence. It is our own history. Now, coming to the next slide, you will come to know what we are talking about history. It's not about history of a particular mythology or religion, but then even in the legal aspect I'm talking about. Please have a next slide. So when the Britishers came, they saw that transgender were given a very high position. They were the security guards. They were uh, taking care of the fencing the court, or the entire fort was taken, and they were not able to able to get in the fort and win the victory, win the war. In that case, they came with a law which is known as tribal law, where they were all the hijra were expected to protection and benefit by some Indian states to and through entry into the hijra community. The British colonial administration sought to criminalize the hijra community and to deny them the civil rights. And hijra was considered to be the separate caste or the tribe in different part of India by the colonial administration. So they came with a tribal act. The next slide comes with tribal act. And what is tribal act? I will tell you. Please, next slide. The tribal act is something like, there is this register has been maintained. So whenever a hijra or they use the word eunuch is no more used. It is a derogative word. So hijra is a right word. So what they do when any hijra want to travel from one place to another place, they have to do a recording on this register, and they have to give where they are going, for how many days, and when will be back. This became an act. Okay. And it was so disturbing that you can't move freedom within your state, within your city, or within the country. So that was one part, and they will criminalize. And here is a time when the derogation of, or the image of and the rights of the transgender were down. It's not like that. It is just Britishers. What we did it as an Indian after 1947, once we got independent, we have taken all the laws of Britishers and converted into our own law, our country law. So it's not about it's uh, it's not about Britishers who have been into this problem, who have created the problem. It is also we Indians who adopted that thing and took it ahead and in this act of criminal tribal act was introduced in 1871, where we adopted this thing, and we have in 1952 we came with the habitual offensive act. So post-independent, India replaced the act but maintained the criminalization of entry of group of people. So this is what we are talking about. It's not about just Britishers to be blamed. It is even we. So here I would like to stop, because then I have to get into the legal thing that we will take it on the another session of mine. But we have to understand India has a very rich culture, rich history of transgenders. We were giving we have been worshipped as a god. We have been given a royal treatment by the king. We had been always been looked upon, but today we are not getting any respect, not even our civil rights, after after Nalsa judgment or Transgender Act, which I will talk about it next time. Thank you, Samriddhi. Any question, please let me know.
I extend my deepest appreciation, Mayaji, for your invaluable insights during the session. Your wisdom and expertise have made a lasting impression, and I am sincerely grateful for the enriching experience. Thank you wholeheartedly. Okay, so I now request Professor Vibhuti Patel to provide her remarks. Ma'am, the mic.
Thank you, Mayaji, for a very, very rich and historically rooted presentation, and the whole history of glorious history of rich culture of India, and in a pre-British period, the important role assigned to the transgender community. And you put everything in a proper perspective. And also you also gave the whole genesis. You deconstructed various characters in mythology. And also you said that how the British rule, it criminalized transgender people, and the same legacy has been continued by the caste patriarchy, I would call it. Caste patriarchy has been doing the same thing. And your work on civil rights and your end with this thing, that it is important to emphasize civil rights of the transgender community, and also that is the touchstone for that is a constitution of India and expanding the horizons of constitutional guarantees to include all the gender spectrum. I think that's a very commendable, and I think this is the first opening session, and I think it has set the tone for the remaining course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the floor is open for questions from the audience.
We have one question by Annaji. Annaji, you can mute and ask. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, hi. Thank you so much, first of all, for putting together a wonderful session. I just had one question to Mayaji. Do we have evidences from the Buddhist sources as well about the transgenders? Since you were talking about different sources, the Jain texts, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, Mughal sources, everything. So I was just wondering if we have sources from the Buddhist tradition and culture also. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Would you like to introduce yourself, Annaji?
Definitely, yes. Yeah, I am Dr. Anna Varghese. I'm an assistant professor of history, Christ University, Bangalore.
Thank you. Mayaji, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Frankly speaking, I have no reference on Buddhist, but then Jain text I rarely mentioned you, and even in Nalsa judgment, a Jain text has been given as a reference code. But then Buddhist, I have not been aware of it. So the next question which I can see is from Disha. Can I take it like order? So is Bauchara Mata a Hindu deity, and how it is inclusive for transgender or other religion community? So Disha, Bauchara Mata is definitely a Hindu devi. It is in Gujarat, and we as a transgender, we follow two of the goddess, either a Bauchara or a Yelama, but it's a Saundati. So irrespective to like any transgender who undergoes transition through surgical, medical or non-medical format of doing it, the transition, the first thing after 40 days, the purification which we do is the puja. And that puja is done where the Bauchira Mata photo has been kept and the trans women have to worship that particular goddess. So we call as the entire ritual is a overnight ritual where the person have to carry the milk on her head in a kalash and put it into the sea or the river, and then come back and pray to the goddess that yes, now I come into your shelter, now you take care of me and I will worship you. So this is the Bauchira thing. So we often see transgender in front of the temple or public place giving blessing to children. What is the story behind? I've told you about this Ramayana. It is the same thing, but it is a myth that transgender have a superpower of blessing. I always say no one other than your parents have that superpower of blessing. So it's not like that कि हम लोगों के पास हिजड़ों के पास अलग एक दुआ देने का शक्ति है. It's nothing like that. So don't believe on those things. During the British period, was the penalty focusing on Hijra community or due to the entire umbrella? The umbrella came now. The umbrella is involved now. During British period, there were only Hijras. They were known only as the Hijras only. Trans men, trans women, Shiv Shakti, ये सब बाद में आए हैं. They all evolve as the time evolves. Okay. For example, LGBT. So initially it was LGBT. So now you see LGBTQIA plus and all the things are getting added. So as the thing evolves, that things get thing. But then during British time, it's only Hijra. So even they were not called Hijra, they were called eunuchs, which has been out of the text from long time.
So
Transsexual again. Anyone who is in transition, for example, in my case, I have not yet gone my transition completely. So I'm on my hormone treatment. I still have to undergo multiple processes. So the person who is in the entire process of transitioning is not a transsexual. Any more?
Yeah, my question is that all my life in last 40 years, I have heard about Yellamma, goddess Yellamma only in the context of temple prostitution, and the Dalit organizations have very consistently fought against this whole caste-based exploitation of women. So how do you connect this issue with the struggle for civil rights of this trans community?
So ma'am, frankly speaking, Yellamma or maybe Bauchura, which been only as a for trans and for just a goddess which been related to trans only. I have spoke about Bauchura. I have not spoke about Yellamma. So how it is related? In mythology, it has been clearly said that Bauchura had helped to convert a female into a man because of the lake power. Yellamma had made men to a woman. So that's what they are very close to the trans people. I'm going to say that time they were not called as trans men or trans women, but in mythology they were never defined trans men, trans women. This is the due term, evolve communal, evolve humanity and civilization. We talk about these terms. In fact, next 20 years, I think they will come with more terms on it. But then that is the way we connect with that two goddess in our thing. I have no history or I have no idea about the Dalit rights or maybe the other forms you're talking about, ma'am, but then Devdasi. Of course, trans women were Devdasis also.
Oh.
Trans women were Devdasis also. So even someone called as we talk about Joktis. Joktis is a more refined version of Devdasis because they serve to God for entire year.
But the humans also had sexual access to them.
Of course. And it till now, it's not about Devdasi. Till now, we are still considered as a alternative for women, and we are still considered as a toy for men to please them, and we are still sexually exploited by many people. So that's the way.
Okay, understood. But are there any solidarity between the Devdasis who are biologically women and the trans women? Are there any solidarity organizations fighting for the common civil rights of both? No?
No, they are the organization which fight for Jogapas, Jogtis rights, but not as a Devdasi, because in India Devdasi has been strictly considered as a female thing. I have few more questions, I think. So have been any mention of gender fluid in Asian texts? No, gender fluid is very innovative form of term right now. Lot of term in the transgender are overlapping. How do we differentiate between them? I think it's evolving definitions of transgender. I'm going to say two-spirit is another. Two-spirit and multi-spirit is one way of saying that it's overlapping, because in Latin America they call it two-spirit, and other place they. So the umbrella which has been talked about has been taken as a world definition of transgender, where the identity has been taken from the Indian context per se.
Maya ji, thank you first of all for helping us understand the various terminologies within the trans umbrella. While I do understand that hijra and two-spirit are specific to a cultural context, what I wanted to know was say gender queer and multi-gender or agender. These are the terms I'm a little confused with how they are different. Is it self-identification or are there some markers of differentiation?
So gender, frankly speaking, I'm coming to the fluidity. Frankly speaking, sexuality, we always say sexuality is fluid, gender is not fluid. Okay. So what do you mean by fluid? Sexuality or fluidity of anything is like, in sexuality, if you see, you have lesbians, you have gay or homosexual, heterosexual or bisexual. Okay. Sexuality is something which is to your heart, it is your emotion, it is your love and affection towards a person. So it is said fluid because you may be one time, or you identify yourself as a heterosexual, but you may have got close relation with someone on and become bisexual. What do you say? You can't be a straight for all of your life. They are, but then they may be the deep closeted ones, or they not been facing the right expecting. They don't accept it. But in gender can't be fluid. I mean, you can be a man, woman, or a trans. If it is fluidity, you become a trans. Here, when we're talking about gender fluidity, here the term is used. If you see, there is nothing called as a non-binary. In the definition, in the picture, on the slide, we have not talked about a non-binary. So non-binary are the person who don't want to put them in the box of men and women. They put themselves in the box of both. And that's the gender fluidity. I can identify myself as men one day or one time, or I can identify myself as women, or I don't find to identify any one of them. Okay, where a two-spirit is very Latin American term. It's not Indian term. And as I told you, this is the evolving definitions. So as the things evolve, definition will go on increasing. I'm going to say, in India, we will always talk about cross-dressers.
Yeah.
पुरुष कलावंत आपण बोलतात मराठीमध्ये, who dress like a female and perform. But then that the drag queen and the drag king came, it is the westernized terminology for a cross-dresser. Okay, so this is what I hope I am able to explain you the definition, because this is very technical and very evolving definitions as the time pass. As I told you, in next 20 years, you will see that more definitions are adding to it. I've already read only trans women are part of Hijra community, not trans men. Of course, trans men are not. Trans men are the one who are born as men, women, and they transit to a man. They can't be from the Hijra culture or anything. Hijras are the part of transgender community. It's not a synonym of TG rights. Right. Okay. Hijras are subset of transgender. Transgender is an umbrella. Anyone who is not aligned with the gender or the sex given at the time of birth is transgender. So transgender is a very vague and a bigger term. Could you please explain what historical factor lead to transgender individual into begging and sex work? What is just related to Indian adopting? So just both the things. One is from the Ramayana, Kshitij, it is for you. From the Ramayana, if you see, Lord Rama have given the blessing that now henceforth, whenever you bless someone, it will be my own words. मेरा आपके मुख का जो वचन होगा वो मेरा वचन होगा. So that is one of the factor. Second factor is the British law. We were given out of all the professions, the only profession left was to beg and do sex work. So I always say one thing. I am also a sex worker, so I always say something like, जब पेट में आग लगती है तो जिस्म में आग लगानी पड़ती है. तो पेट की आग बुझती है. And I never feel ashamed of being a sex worker, called as a sex worker. So this is what both the thing. It's not only about the history or the mythology. It is a combination of everything. So that's the answer. I hope I'm able to answer. Shramati, you're keeping a tab on all the answer, like someone is not satisfied with the answer, they can re-question me.
Yeah, I have one question about
and I'm sorry, I'm too fast.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your insightful lecture. I have this question because most of the time we come across with the term performativity or performative. Like we say that sexuality is fluid just because we are adding the performative dimension into it. So if we add the same performative lens in gender, why it cannot be fluid? So if you can actually address this dilemma, because it actually can add more and more confusion. So I would really like your.
Thank you for this question, and it's a very complex question. I make you a warning initially. So when it comes to gender and when it comes to sexuality, both are different things. Okay. I want to correct on one part that sexuality is also performative, but then it is also related to non-performative part also. You can't be sexually with someone, but emotionally and emotionally and loving and caring can be a form of it. Like you don't have to have a bed connected to it. But when you come to gender and so for example, I'll give you an example. I am a trans woman and I have sex with, or I have a liking towards another trans woman, it is a homosexuality. If I'm a trans woman and I am in love or in sexual preference of having a cis men or a cis gay man, that can be another form of sexuality. So my identity can be a trans, but I can be a homosexual. The homosexual trans woman, cis woman, heterosexual trans woman, it's like that. I am a trans man and I love with another trans man, or I'm a trans man and I love a cis man, or I may love another female, a cis female. I can call myself bisexual trans man or bisexual trans woman also. So here the sexual fluidity can turn. My only reason of not telling that gender is not fluid because you can't be a man at one time and you can't be a woman at one time because it is a gender. It is concerned with your own physical appearance. Okay. That's the reason I'm telling gender can't be fluid. But with the sexuality overlapping it, it can be. Because I may like a cis man today, I may like a cis gay man tomorrow. But I may like another trans woman. So it's like that. Second thing, as a transition, I may transit from one gender to another gender. There is no reverse process to it. So tomorrow, if I turn to a full-fledged woman with all the surgery, invention, and hormone treatment and all, I may not say that tomorrow I want to become, later I can say that I want to become a when. I'm going to say that's what I said, like gender is not a fluid. Gender have to be one thing, which gender is always here in your mind. Sexuality is in your heart, and sex is within your leg. So that's a simple formula of understanding sex, gender, and sexuality. I hope I'm able to explain you, or you still have some confusion.
Victorji, would you like to add anything?
No, actually my doubt is clear. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot,
Thank
Maya.
you. My
I think Manisha ji has a question. If we could look into it.
Okay. Enlighten me about the family dynamics of transsexual person. Like, what is the nature of acceptance or lack of acceptance of trans person in the family? Okay. It is totally the conditioning or the learning or the cultural value of a person in a family. I'm going to say that I run a shelter home for transgender in Mumbai. We find all young trans people have not been accepted. They either run away or they're thrown away from the home, and they come and take a shelter at my shelter home. But there are examples where transgenders have been accepted by their family, and they have been grown up, or they did the transition the way they want to live their life. For example, you have Abhina here, you have Simran, you have Lakshmi Narayan Tripathi, you have Gajal Dhariwal, who was part of Satme Vijete, and she also write a script to movies, Lipstick Under Burkha, or she have wrote multiple scripts. So there are people who have been accepted by the family, but then most of the time which happened that people are not been accepted, specifically in the case of trans men, because by birth they are female. तो उनके लिए लड़की भागती है, उनके लिए उनकी लड़की चली जाती है. But for us as a men, we take the identity of the individual. So we give a shelter, and when the parents come, we do the family counseling also. And we have found that few of the cases, the child has been accepted by the family, and they're back to the family and they're living the life the way they want to. So very rare in my family. 20 years it's been like my family have not accepted me the way I am. Okay, and I'm doing so much work for the community. I'm not talking big about it, but then इतना करने के बाद भी मेरे घर वाले मुझे accept नहीं करते, तो that's a different story, and I have to live a dual life. So वो है. Is there any equivalent community for trans men as there is a Hijra for trans men? No. There is no equivalent community. Hijra is more of a cultural and religion-driven community. So trans men is just identity. अभी आए हैं 5 साल से. There have been trans men from ages, but then they were not out. They were not open, because this is a men-run society. Being a female, it's a question mark. On top of it, being a female with a transition is another big question mark. So people didn't spoke about it earlier, but now people are talking about it.
Ma'am, given the interest of time, we could answer all the questions at once. And I do have a question. So we have a few questions here by Riyaji. Can a trans woman or trans man agenda? Riyaji, could you please explain your question? It isn't clear. Riyaji?
Okay, Riya Yadav.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, please tell me.
Ma'am, my question is that if a person is identifying themselves as a trans man or a trans woman, that person can identify themselves as a agender person also, or I mean it's different.
Okay.
I mean, a person can be trans man or a agender, or that person can be both.
So non-binary is something which has been person who don't identify with any of the gender or agender we're talking about. Non-binary is the word for it. Okay, a person can identify himself as trans man, herself as trans woman, because of the it says like soul trap in a wrong body types. So it is term used to be earlier, but today we don't use that term, that soul trap in a wrong body. So there are people who don't want to identify in any of these boxes of binary. They don't want to be identified as, so it can be a agender or a non-binary also.
Ma'am, I have.
Can you take a Hijra community as a part of a tribal community in India? No, we can't take it as a tribal community. It was a tribal law which was put into it. This is a culture or a religion-driven thing. I mean, if you call a Hijra as a tribal, then you will call Jokti is also tribal, then Aravani is also tribal. Shiv Shakti, which is in Andhra, they also will be tribal. So we don't put the layer to it as a tribal, but then it is just a identity of a person as culture or a religion driven. Yeah, please, Sam. I'm so sorry.
No, ma'am. My question would be, given, the rich history that we got to know from you today, it's been enlightening for me. Could you suggest us some readings, along the lines of what you talked to us? What
You
we
want
talked
reading?
about today? Yeah, some readings, some books.
इंडिया की सारे ग्रंथों को पढ़ लो, सब मिल जाएगा. So Vishnu Puran, Shiv Puran are the thing. There is a author, Devdutt Patnaik. His books are on these topics. You read it. He is a very evolved writer who does this. I did a course which was on religion and culture with it, sexuality, religion and culture. So that was one of the course where in that course we were taught about the why we say that there's a homosexuality in. So there are cases where we have a homosexuality examples in mythology. There are the cases where we have a lesbian mythology. There are the cases where we have bisexuality in the mythology. So the best is Shiv Puran and Shiv Puran, रामायण, महाभारत, विष्णु पुराण, ये चार पढ़ लो, आपको पूरा हिस्ट्री समझ जाएगी, mythological history समझ जाएगी.
Thank you, Mayaji, for answering all the questions and speaking for such a long. How do you see the history of transgenders in our neighboring countries, be it Pakistan, West Asia, or Southeast Asia? Do you see any similarities, or have you looked into this issue?
Yeah, so I do work at the global level also. Recently, I've been nominated as an advisory for the HIV prevention in global, where I've been representing in Asia and Asia Pacific region. So except this nearby country of Southeast Asia, other place is only transgender. There's nothing else. Okay. So, for example, in India, transgender are known as hijras. Transmen के लिए कोई term है ही नहीं, because language is such a thing that if you don't know what is the equivalent in the particular language, they use the same language. For example, शेर है, हाथी है, but then you don't know what is giraffe, because giraffe you don't have in India when the language was evolved. So we always call giraffe का हिंदी, मेरे को नहीं लगता है हिंदी वर्ड है. विभूति मैम यहाँ पे बैठी हुई है, तो जिराफ का कोई हिंदी वर्ड है ही नहीं. ओके, तो सेम वे ट्रांस मैन का हिंदी वर्ड नहीं, बिकॉज वहां उस समय कोई इवॉल्व जब होता तब ये वर्ड आया ही नहीं था किसी के दिमाग में, तो इसके लिए वो नहीं था. तो दैट्स द वे, सर, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट every country had their own way of calling the particular place, a particular transgender identity. Okay, but what you see very close is like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, because they all have been, or we go to Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, and Cambodia. They all Thailand. So these all other Hindu-driven. They were initially the one own country, and then they divided it, separated. So Hindu driven, and then everything is Hindu religion based. But as the thing go, they got their own terminology in their own language. So we may be culturally known because here in Pakistan, if you see in Pakistan, there are hijras, but they're not known as hijras. They have their own terminology. I'm not getting that word, but then there's their own terminology in Pakistan. But now, if you see, Pakistan is more bad because they have taken away the rights of transgender. They उन्होंने recall कर लिया है वो पूरा. So yeah, Khwaja. Sorry. Thank you, Shruti. So they are known as Khwajas. Okay. So this way, in Nepal, we are known as transgender only. In Sri Lanka, we are known as transgender only. But we are culturally linked with each other.
In Thailand, Thailand, there is lady boy. So is it similar with transgender? There the term is used.
Yes.
We have two more questions.
Even in, if you go, sir, this term lady boy, where we call, in India, we call she-males. Okay. So it is common in Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. So they have been, if you see more of the malls, these lady boys have been working. More of the restaurants, these lady boys are working. And in India, we call them as she-male. Yes, sir, please. And next question.
We have two more questions. So, Arnelik Philipji, would you like to speak?
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. So my name is Armin and I work in the space of financial inclusion. And we have been recently doing a project on how can we bridge the financing gap for the trans community. So what we often saw from our research is like when it comes to the identity document, most of the document would have the sex assigned at birth rather than the gender identity. And this results in a lot of clashes when they go to avail services. But I would really love to listen from you. What is it that you have seen as a major challenges for the community in going to a bank and getting a credit or having a savings account?
Ma'am, thank you for this wonderful question. I mean, really thought-provoking question. So what happened then? Bank opening a bank account is okay. I'm going to say they will give you as per your Aadhaar card, because two mandate document related in bank account is Aadhaar and PAN. And they will go as per what has been mentioned on that. Okay. I'll come to this part again. But when it comes to finances, loan, microfinance, this has not been given to trans for the only reason because they are more non-trusted person. They are into begging. They are migrant. They are volatile. They can be in one place. They can be another place. So that's the reason loan and all. But something is really have changed in times from last 5 to 6 years. When this NALSA judgment came, NALSA judgment have clearly said that a person can assign their or identify themselves the way they want to, without any proof of surgery or hormone therapy and all. But it came more into enforce because when we saw NALSA judgment, when came in 2014, for next 5 years, NALSA judgment was not implemented. Okay. So problem is that the NALSA judgment ka implementation kuch hua nahi hai. I'm just closing it in a minute. But then we came with a TG Act. So TG Act 2009 and the rule and regulation came in 2020, in which they have came with a transgender card, which been given by the district collector or the magistrate. If you have the transgender card, on base of that, you can change your name, gender, and address of your Aadhaar card. And base of Aadhaar card, because Aadhaar card is a base document for PAN card. So with the Aadhaar card, you can change your PAN card, and then you can get the bank account in your preferred name. Okay. But still the problem is that the loan and microfinance is still a problem.
No. Thank you so much for that.
Shall we take the last question?
I think there is one question.
It was the
Kushra is again a hijra ka. Kushra is also known. This word used in Pakistan.
Yes, I think we'll be taking our last question.
I'm
Gagan,
just
please.
Sam last. Ria, we are talking on Gender Act 2019 in my next session. So please keep this question for that time.
Yeah.
And I've already
Yeah.
shared the reading material. Please read it also.
Right. So we have this last question by Gagan Preetji. Gagan Preetji, kindly be brief. You can
Then
unmute.
Dr. Abhay Shukla also has asked, no? Acha,
Okay.
what is Kusra? Okay, you have.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Gagan Preetji. Yeah, please go ahead. Some connection issue, I guess. Yeah, please go ahead. Some connection issue. If you can type in your question. Maya ji will also be joining us for the last day. So I request all the panelists to have your questions ready for the last session. We'll extend the session if required so that we all have answers to all our questions. So shall we move to our next session? Thank you.
I'm opening and closing also. So I'm in the closing. So you can extend.
That is why we are extending the session because everyone wants to know. And it's such a delight to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are some participants are concerned whether we'll be able to finish by 8:30. I think I would like to announce that it may not be possible.
Yes.
Because there is so much interest and interactive sessions are taking time. And I think we need, this is the platform for democratic discussions. Yeah.
We will be sharing the videos.
Yeah,
so you can watch it later at your own pace. That will be not an issue.
And maybe for certificate also, some of them have to 8:30 if they go. They
No,
should
that,
not be,
we will be able, no problem. Yes,
No,
knowledge is more
different.
important.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Sam, we can move over to next session and
Sure.
yes, yes, Maya, thank you. You can.
Thank you, Mayaji, for this enriching session and sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you once again, Mayaji. Thank you.
Thank you. You can put people, share my email ID to people. So that
Yeah, on the chat box. Yeah, if
Please,
it's,
ma'am.
yeah, Mayaji's email ID can be written in the chat box so that people can directly communicate.
Sure. So we'll be moving on to session 2 for today. I invite Professor Vibhuti Patelji, visiting distinguished professor IMPRI. Vibhuti ma'am will be taking the session on body normativity and sexuality. Ma'am,
yeah,
the floor is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this session, for this invitation to conduct a session. I think I will not have to take much time because Mayaji has sorted out most of our concerns. And 1 minute, yeah. Yes, I have to share my PPT. Yeah. Is it visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Oh, I have to do it from here. No, yes. Where is it? Yeah. Is it visible? Yeah. Now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think in the body normativity, I need not say because Mayaji has very, in a detail, she has shown that what are the culturally defined gender and what is social, sex is also biological, and also the question of heart or the sexuality, that what kind of performative these things are there, what kind of social roles and responsibilities are assigned to by the society, by the family, by the community, what attributes do you have, and also the entitlements as citizens, as a person, as a family member. So when it comes to body normativity, I think there are 5 important aspects: sexual, biological, cultural, psychological, and in terms of relationship. And I think Mayaji had given so many effective examples for that. And within this whole 5 power dynamics that we have, gender dynamics, and also this. So why do we need to study body in gender studies? And also body is central to discussion of feminism, women's movement, feminist movement, right from the very beginning has been debating this issue. Things are evolving. And what we see is that the material aspect, the reality, the political economy in which our sexuality and fertility and labor, they are rooted. I think for that we need to study broad spectrum of factors which are interrelated, which is with health and socio-cultural economic aspect, along with the person's body. If you have a woman's body, you would get less wages. If you have a male body, you would get higher wages. If you have a woman's body, there will be safety concern. If you are a transgender person classified as this thing, you would not even allow admission in the school or college, as Mayaji is facing currently. Even when they are ready to pay fees, they are not given. So I think body plays a very important role in what kind of social location, positioning, bargaining power that you will have. Then the gender identity is the individual's internal sense of themselves as man, women, or both, or neither, and for example, or a transgender. So the term, I think Mayaji defined it very, very effectively and in a with meticulous detailing that transgender is a general term that describes people whose gender identity, internal sense of being male, female, or something else doesn't match with the assigned identity at birth, either by the doctor or now as per the new law by the district magistrate. No? By contrast, the term cisgender describes people whose gender identity aligns with the sex they were assigned at birth. Now, the question of sexual orientation is sexual desire and or emotional attachment to others, whether you are a bisexual or gay or lesbian, heterosexual or homosexual. And there are so many, like we have symbols also. And I think that the gender spectrum also is now being part of the curriculum, even in the sexuality studies and even the doing gender courses in several universities. Gender expression is often linked to characteristics and attributes associated with masculinity or femininity. I think that is very distinct. So the question of sex, whether male, female, or intersex, or a gender, which is a male, female, or gender queer, or the kind of orientation you have, whether it's a male, you are attracted to man or a woman or a bisexual, and how you express yourself through your speech, through your words that you use, your self-identity, your dress code, your behavior, your body language, and your relationship with the fellow human beings. I think that is also, these are the 4 important dimensions in understanding the person's sexual behavior. Individual sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expressions are self-identified. Gender expression is individuals' external display of gender, and also gender stereotypes that we have, and which plays a havoc in our life, because the sex assigned at birth is good. That also, if you don't agree to what is assigned to you, then you pay a very, very heavy price in terms of exclusion, stigmatization, violence, and subordination in all spheres of life. So this is a highly contested thing, because sex is it only biological? Because we used to always say in women's studies in the early 80s, we used to teach that sex is biological and gender is socially constructed. Now the trans community has challenged this notion, because sex is biological and psychological characteristics. Gender is socially constructed, it is fixed, and it is continuously constructed and reinforced through social relationships and the economic political power dynamics. And gender relations, gender status, they vary in different historical periods, as Mayaji told us that what was the situation in a pre-colonial period, what happened in the colonial times. Okay, suddenly you start getting stigmatized, you don't get any social role, and this rolelessness that also creates tremendous human misery. So that is there. And gender relations also differ in a different socio-political, historical, and geographical context. The norms which are there in the society, they get internalized. And if you deviate from these norms, you get punished. And if you follow and fit into the norms, you get rewarded with privileges. Okay. So the bodies are gendered, and gendering process is ongoing. Gender is defined by body. Normatives are associated with body. Body is itself identity. Meaning to the bodies is given in the context in which socio-cultural, historical, economic, and political situation, and it keeps on changing. So body becomes important site to analyze power relations within the patriarchy, because patriarchy thrives on control over sexuality, fertility, and the labor of a person, any person. So gender and sexuality are interrelated. Sexuality is affected by gender norms, ideologies around sexuality. They are there to control women as well as all those who are perceived as less powerful or weak. Gender norms related to sexuality can affect health and access to basic services, your access to education, access to employment, access to respectability, access to social life, being a part of the society, socio-cultural lives of the community. All that is defined by your what kind of norms the society has, whether they are exclusionary or whether they are inclusive. Gender and power patriarchy, the male domination is a norm in the all societies of on this planet, and they are male domination is there in every life, whether it's in public life or private spheres. And the systems where men are head of the household carry the most power, and where family lineage is also passing from father to son. So it's a patrilineage, patrilocal, and in all the family laws that we have, or whether they are of a marriage, divorce, custody of child, or a inheritance, or right to stay in a home, all these are defined by the patriarchal power relations. Patriarchy is an institution that perpetuates male domination and subordination of women, girls, boys, subordinate men, and sexual minorities. It sustains power relations. It discriminates against all those who are not who are considered as a weaker persons in the patriarchal relationship. Patriarchy attributes private realm to women and public domain to men, and rolelessness to transgender persons. And this rolelessness also, I think, it's a disabled bodies. They are also having rolelessness. Patriarchy, the pillars of patriarchy are family, kinship network, state, religion, media. We call them Panchamahabhutas. And in a patriarchal society, the line of inheritance passes from father to son, which is known as patrilineage, and patriarchal order is it's a patrilocal. So after marriage, bride is supposed to go to the groom's residence. And through its structures and systems, patriarchy thrives and controls the sexuality, fertility, labor of subordinate men. It is not only women, subordinate men and transgender community, all of them. And this is how the male domination and the hegemony over economic, political, and socio-cultural resources continues, perpetuates for generations together. So what are the tools of patriarchal control? What kind of dress code? Okay, what's a woman's dress? What is a man's dress? If you're a cross-dresser, you know there are so many men and women. They have been punished by their employers for being cross-dresser. There are cases in the courts. So that is dress code. The what kind of technology? The tool is considered as a phallic symbol. So women are not allowed to touch them. So we know that even whether you read Towards Equality report, which was prepared in 1974, or the revisit of Towards Equality report, tremendous resistance against access to technology, whether it is Stand Up India, Startup India, Make in India, there is a tremendous resistance for making access of tools to some genders, like women and transgender people would not be even given admission in the industrial training institutes. No? So the question of women being treated as a repository of custom and tradition, and some of the cultural practices where the Devdasis and Jyotis, and they have to undergo series of masochistic fasting, sacrification, self-inflicted pain, and perpetuate the patriarchal order at their cost. Even the system of Maitri Karar or the Seva Karar that is there in South Gujarat, they are also based into this kind of a very, very one-sided patriarchal power and control over the bodies of women. Need for male escorts or a bodyguards for a dainty, sickly, weak women. I think that we see that women are being divided into sickly women and the sickening women. Who are the sickening women? Okay, the working class women are sickening women, and sickly women, they are aristocratic, faint, and very delicate women. So this kind of division we have seen throughout the history in all cultures, not only in one particular South Asian culture also. So this is women eating last, list and leftover. That also creates the kind of malnutrition, and also the body mass index, the average body mass index of a average Indian man and average Indian woman would be very different. Transgender persons are more, they are taller than average woman. Okay. And because of the hormonal concern, there are so many theories about them, and about that there is hardly any research done. Another thing is that sexuality, control over sexuality, women being treated as a male child producing machine, or the customary practices of infanticide or neglect of a girl child, or a population policies targeting women for unsafe contraception, laws on prostitution, penalizing and prosecuting women victims of sexploitation, and also the transgender people who are criminalized and stigmatized because of this kind of law, whether it from suppression of immoral traffic or a prevention of immoral traffic. These regulatory mechanisms are also complete. They are extremely brutal and barbaric when it comes to sex workers. Social boycott of unwed mother, double standards of sexual morality, that is also a very, very important aspect of patriarchal control. Invisibility of women in women's contribution in the economy, invisibility of transgender community, in non-inclusion of transgender community in the workforce participation, stigmatization of those, because we have seen even when the NGOs and the social organization try to provide some space for self-employment or for this, you see tremendous opposition from the factor market, labor market, and the product market. No. So these biases in the market system also we need to challenge. The growing up as a transgender child, the construction of feminine and masculine identity, that also comes in the way. Treatment of at the parental home, pre-puberty phase, onset of puberty, compulsion for marriage, motherhood and widowhood in case of women, and the closeted existence versus coming out, and the most of the students and the people in the poverty groups or the Dalit group, Shudra and Atishudra group, they say, what are you talking of coming out? We are always there. We are there on the roads. We are there. We are homeless. We are stigmatized. So coming out is a luxury of the upper caste and upper class people. Okay, the transgender community in the poverty groups doesn't even have that. They are their life is an open book, and anybody can abuse them. Anybody can use their bodies, abuse their bodies, brutalize their bodies. No. So sexual roles are gendered and vary under influence of caste, kinship network, community, religion, social institutions, and although the standard of morality. Okay, so you have a patriarchal standard of morality. Nothing, man can get away with anything. Okay, and it is only the moral standards, patriarchal moral standards, that define what is ideal and what is not desirable, what is desirable, what is not desirable, what is good behavior, bad behavior. So it is important to include man in the process of gender empowerment. I commend the work of Men Against Violence and Abuse for challenging this whole masculinity and masculinities, because we have a variety, whole range of masculinities that we have in our society, and we need to unpack this whole concept of masculinity. What is mardangi in Hindi, what they call it, no? So masculinity is a personality trait socially constructed by patriarchal system, and it is internalized through gendered socialization process in the kinship network, in community, in religion, media, education. And these agents collectively create gender stereotypes and the expectations for men. And the dominant men are found to be aggressive, controlling, emotionless, and masculinity differs from one particular society to other, and it varies in different geographical locations and also at a different stage of history. So what kind of masculinities do we have? One, we have a patriarchal masculinities, okay, so which completely takes away the humanity from the other gender, Karyeshu Mantri, Karneshu Dasi, Bhujyeshu Mata, Shaineshu Ramba, the kind of things which roles you are expecting from women. They are just the instruments for the patriarchal pleasure. You have a hegemonic masculinity, which is like in the form of embodying male domination and exercising of power and over women and over men, over transgender persons with all the consequences of dehumanizing oppression and violence against less power and less privileged people. And we have seen the war crimes, the kind of war crimes at the time of like war crimes, what happens? Those who are quote unquote defeated, they are the ones who get sexually violated, dehumanized. We have seen what happened in Abu Ghraib in Syria after the invasion, American invasion, and all the European countries also joined American invasion. Fragile masculinity refers to anxiety felt by men who believe they are falling short of cultural standards, and they are like those who are in the lower rung of hierarchy, working under women boss. Okay, they have fragile masculinity, but at the same time, when it comes to person who is less powerful than them, they would all their masculine aggression would come out. That you saw in a film called Darlings, no? The man who was so subordinate as a railway employee. He was extremely cruel when it came to his wife. And then you see the fragile masculinity you see also in cases of in the power dynamics in the educational institutions or in the military, army and all. Subordinate masculinity refers to acting in or being in opposition to hegemonic masculinity, and they are called so-called effeminate people or an overly emotional person who cries and who doesn't use loud, husky voice and all. So they become the victims of ragging. They are the survivors of homosexual rape. I have been a counselor. I have worked with the street children's home, and when I've seen so many such cases with the traumatic experiences. Complicit masculinity refers to man who admires and doesn't challenge hegemonic masculinity, even if it doesn't fit within the category. That means man deriving vicarious pleasure when someone is violated or abused. And that's why you see the whole pornography industry flourishes, because what is this vicarious pleasure which they are getting? Pornography, one is not opposing pornography on the ground of morality. One is opposing pornography on the ground of complete dehumanization of bodies of people who are perceived as vulnerable. They are children, women, transgender people. Marginalized masculinity refers to man in precarious position in different countries and socio-economic cultural contexts. They perceive and experience their masculinity. So working class men are always saying, yes, boss, at the workplace. But when it comes to their personal life, they can be extremely cruel. So there are many forms of, the way we have many forms of masculinity, we also have many forms of femininity and many forms of and they engage in that forms of femininity and masculinity. And I think as earlier it was discussed about performing, that performative that we do, that what kind of masculine activities and which are the feminine activities which the society has decided. So femininities and masculinities are learned. Messages about feminine and masculine behaviors are embedded in the advertisements. Dr. Sharda, she's working in a media organization, Population First and Ladli Media Award. They have done a lot of exercises about deconstructing this kind of masculinities and feminities in the advertisements, media, news, educational material. These messages are present in range of environments and from home to workplace and all in public places. So boys and men learn appropriate gender roles and behaviors which are in agreement with the masculine expectation of society. Okay, and then the same way the girls, they have to do the fit into the expectation, gender stereotypes of being more passive and doing the domestic work, being the whole dichotomy of public versus private. So that we see in our lives. Masculine attitude and behavior patterns are internalized, and patriarchal culture also victimizes boys and men due to stereotyping them as quote unquote protectors or providers to the whole family. So unemployed men, we heard so many cases of unemployed men during the pandemic committing suicide. Why? Because they are the ones who were farmers' suicide. One theory about farmers' suicide is also that it emasculates them. The farm agrarian crisis, not being able to repay the debt, that also emasculates these men who are supposed to be the provider. And when they are not able to do, they commit suicide. So men are also subjected to hierarchical power relations. Non-aggressive and gentle boys are exploited by bullies. They are sexually also exploited by physically stronger men. like in TISS hostel, the transgender students, they refuse to stay in a male hostel. They said, we will not even use Jane's toilet. We will use the gender neutral toilet. We don't mind staying in a women's hostel. So then in TISS, the ground floor of TISS is for the trans children, queer students, and the first onwards, there are women students, because women have no problem. They have a peaceful coexistence. So this whole traits of masculinity and femininity, that masculine behavior is rational, strong, smart, indifferent, rough, aggressive, brave, violent, domineering, and independent, as against that feminine behavior is that of being emotional, weak, beautiful, caring, nurturing, coy, compassionate, subdued, or dependent. I think this dichotomy also affects the identities of the queer communities, because with the whole gender spectrum, it is only the binary that we see, that is of masculine and feminine. Nature versus nurture, hierarchy and power dynamics combined together, they play a very, very important role in social construction of masculinities and femininities, but it's not physiology or the play of hormones, okay? We do find men who are nurturing, they are respectful of fellow human beings. Why an abusive husband is timid in front of boss? And that's the question every time when we counsel women and when work on gender-based violence, we ask this question. When we translate masculine and feminine traits in human relationships in our society, we experience that men are expected to be controlling, aggressive, intolerant, hot-tempered, while women are expected to be submissive, silent, meek, patient, and docile, and thus strong and superior men rule. Weak and inferior men, women, children, sexual minorities, they are the ruled. So ruler versus the ruled. If this stereotype is challenged, what happens? If boy cries, if girl is articulate, assertive, and proactive, what happens? What happens to men, women, children of the defeated countries in war? Currently in 200 places on the planet, wars are being fought. What happens to those? What does the army of a quote unquote winning country or the victorious country does? They use the same form of brutal sexual violence against people, people of the country which is declared as defeated. So what we see is that from early child, the socialization process plays a very important role. From the early childhood, boys are encouraged by families to hit back. Every time a boy comes with bruised, the mother would say, "Maar ke kyun nahi aaya, maar kha ke kyun aaya?" Okay. When in fight, they are taught to give it back, not to become Gandhiji, or they poke fun at Majburi ka naam Gandhi, or jo jeeta wahi Sikandar, jo pakda gaya wo bandar. What are these proverbs telling you? Inculcation of mercenary instinct, male supremacy, being in a commanding position, issues concerning age, religion, caste, class, race, ethnicity, sexuality. Some of them, recently the question was that can be called transgender community, tribe? No. We have more than 700 tribal communities, that they are the ethnic groups. Even among them, there are peer, okay? So I think it is the interplay of various forms of vulnerabilities which are very important, and erosion of male supremacy, power, and privileges. They play a very important a role in the educational field and in the employment field. We need to strive to reduce and to contain, to fight against the male supremacy. Psychological and social problems leading to frustration and anger, increase in violence against women, drug abuse, alcoholism, microaggression. Currently, corporate world is completely fabled with the microaggression. So on paper, you have equality. On paper, everyone has equal opportunity, equal treatment, equal rewards. But what you see is a day-to-day work in the team. You see massive microaggression against sexual minorities, against people who don't fit into macho culture, and against women. Patriarchal shackles that constrain their well-being. Women in private and public spaces also adopt masculine ways of working. We heard a case of a woman manager traumatizing her transgender other executive. He committed suicide. This happened in city like Mumbai, okay? Because she was constantly, as a boss, she was extremely insensitive, and she was extremely trivializing and not treating him as a human person. No? We have seen mother-in-laws, women boss, women leaders, women politicians who masculinize the system of power. And we also saw what happened during the emergency rule of 18 months. So idea of ideal body is based on normativity. Body is a significant political entity, important to bring intersectionalities in our discourse when we talk about the body politics. Construction of normativity and many identities connected, such as caste and gender roles. Normativity is determined by dominant understanding and the norms which come from political understanding, and we need to question them. So regulation of sexuality and reproduction, so whether it is a question of contraception or the menstrual hygiene, moral policing, consumerism, all these things are interconnected. What we saw during the pandemic was that when it came to distribution of free menstruation pad, they said the transgender communities were not included. It was the health organizations had to fight, people's organization had to fight. So many of the transgender, trans persons, they wanted, when they get pregnant, they don't get abortion services, they don't get contraception. So I think these are the important material challenges that we are facing when we are working in the community. Question of beauty. What is ideal beauty? Disciplining the bodies. That is a very currently the whole obsession about being beautiful, because this is the era of selfie age. Okay, everyone has to look young and beautiful and petite, and what are the standards of beauty that you have. Now, the second aspect is that of the reproductive rights of the citizens, whether you are adolescent, whether you are an adult person, you are in reproductive age group, and there is a complete ignorance even among the medical fraternity about the reproductive rights and reproductive autonomy of transgender persons. About that, I think we need to have a special session. I think we are going to have a session on that also in this course. Right and autonomy of the body, normativity framework has to be challenged. The question of dieting, exercise, clothing, cosmetic surgery, all these, they need to be gender responsive, and they have to be, we have to humanize them. We have to challenge the crass commercialization that is dehumanizing the health services. Now, let us come to the disabled bodies. What is the model when it comes to disabled bodies? Okay, disability takes place. It can be from birth, it can be due to accident, it can be due to age. Like now in my age, I'm getting a knee problem. Okay, so this disability bodies, do we have a charity model? They need charity. Do you have medical model where whatever impairment you have, you would do the correction? Or you have a social model which aims at welfare, or you have a right-based perspective that each person has to have a right as entitlement, as Mayaji said, citizenship right, everybody's citizenship right. So I think this solidarity across various forms of intersectional vulnerabilities are extremely important. When it comes to the three problematics of body, whether it is difference, all of us, there are differences, okay? Men are different from women, transgender people are different from women, 64 or 84 types of gender spectrums we have. There are different. So learning to respect differences, not using the logic of domination, and also subverting the patriarchal control and challenging, questioning, reflecting becomes a very important concern. So questioning the hierarchical power relations and the systems in our society, contesting the ideals and standards and the roles, while we saw that he and ka, a man chooses to become homemaker and a woman as a worker. As a career woman. So this kind of thing. So cooking by men or a women who are in sports. Recently, a lot of articles are written about why the brutalization of and sexual exploitation of women who are the sports stars. Even after reaching their stardom, they can be treated like that. So you can imagine an ordinary woman interested in sports, what kind of patriarchal opposition or the brutalization she would face. Men as homemakers, women at workplace, the utopia. We all know about the Sultana's Dream. I request all of you to read Rokeya Sakhawat Hussein's excellent letter, excellent short story. It is there. You can easily download it. It is there in several languages, in Bengali, Gujarati, in so many languages. So you should read how she is the utopia of a society where there is a mutual respect for everybody and there is no violence and there is no control. Another thing, Ratmabai Save's open letter to Viceroy of India in 1887, where she talks about the consent, and when she says that do we have a right to decide what we want to do in our life? Okay, and that letter is very, very educative. I think every person should read and understand the learnings of that letter. We need to change the societal script of masculinity and femininity. We can move towards more just and gender sensitive society by doing that. Profile of Gandhiji. Why all of us like Gandhiji? We may not agree with his ideas, but Gandhiji is a complete antithesis of patriarchal control, because frail, lean person talking about non-violence, even when he is beaten up, he would not. Or the same way the Christ, no, very frail. They don't fit into the macho framework, no. Even the question of Dandi March, when Gandhiji said that women should not join them, it was Sarojini Naidu and Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay. He says that no, Gandhiji, you are frail, you are old, we are young women. We are not afraid of British police. Let them pull our pallu, because they just to shame us. Because in Indian culture, pulling somebody's pallu is a very insulting. And Gandhiji agreed. Okay? So he says that he was always challenged. His patriarchal biases were always challenged by, and whenever people challenged him, he did reflection. He reflected and changed himself. So I think that change is possible. That's what they say. Correspondence between Gandhiji and Rajkumari Amrit Kaur, beautiful. On every problem of society, on every gender issues, they have discussed. Rajkumari would ask him question and Gandhiji would send his explanation. It is a very, and many of it is also included in the primer, because Gandhiji also prepared primer on the gender roles. So efforts of for gender equality, when we say that the social interaction, communication, media, state policies, all three play a very important role in promoting gender equality and relationship of care and respect. Mayaji said that everything is not sexual. You may like to emotionally support each other. Okay, you have a community spirit. You are in the same predicament, and the social capital is very important. Equality of opportunities, non-violent behavior, rejection of homophobia, rejection of transphobia. These are very, very important activities that we need to do. And that's why I think the young team of IMPRI came up with this course. Policy and practice should adopt an intersectional framework to understand complexities of all genders, men and boys, women and girls, transgender persons' lives, recognizing that some men have more power than others. And there are different forms of social inequalities based on intersectional vulnerabilities. And women, our women empowerment policy adopted by Parliament of India in 2001, unanimously, it has a life cycle approach. I think even in that, we need to be gender inclusive. It's not only the binary, but we have to talk about the whole gender spectrum in the new policy that's going to come up, because it's still in the form of a draft. Legislative reforms in India from 1976 to 2003, we have seen main thing is a decriminalization of Section 377 and the Transgender Persons Rights Act, which is highly insensitive because it gives the authority to doctor and district magistrate to assign identity to a person. Number two, it also doesn't, when it comes to the rape of a transgender person, punishment is only of 2 years, not a 7.5 years in the cases of general district. And it doesn't talk, there is not a single word about what the state will do to make developmental investment for the transgender person in terms of shelter, education, gender responsive budgeting, and because they are the ones who, and changing the mindset of parents not to abandon them. Mayaji told us that even in their Garima group, most of these young persons, young transgender people, they have been abandoned by their family, and her own story, which is so moving. Landmark judgments, what we saw, the Nalsa judgment, about which Mayaji told us in detail, so I'm not going into it, and I think she's going to have another this thing, but I still feel very optimistic. I have the learning personally for me to learn from the LGBTQIA movement is extremely important. And when the Pride March was taking place, my daughter was a young person. She was a school-going girl, and she also took part in the Pride March, and she wrote these verses. I glanced at the various shades of blue in a temporary morning sky, and all the types of red and orange when the burning sun went by. And when ball of fire set in the sea, I peered at the green waters turn violet. When shining stars lost itself in the night, I saw the blues and indigos at the deepest. As the lights left without a hint of its presence, I felt aura emitting from the silver moon. And in the dizziness caused by the blacks, I sensed the glittering of twilight zone. As I felt the darkness would swallow me up, the night would pull the worlds down. I saw magical transformation of colors from scary black to brooding brown. Just as this change took away my breath, the dying night was replaced by dawn, and the enticing colors of nature thus fell as they went forever on and on. So this is the spectrum we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to express my gratitude for the enlightening session and for generously imparting your invaluable experience with us. I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience.
Ma'am, we have 3 questions, Vibhuti ma'am.
Yeah.
So will we take all 3 simultaneously so that?
Yes, yeah, I think, but they are interrelated, because when we talk about the patriarchal masculinity, it is about the whole patrilocality, patrilineage, and male domination within the family hierarchy, no? And when we talk about the hegemonic masculinity, which is a completely cruel, because we have a benevolent patriarchy also, and you have a hegemonic masculinity, which doesn't see, which only uses the male supremacy as the norm of the society. There is no space for anyone else to come. It's a totally like what we call macho, that kind of masculinity, which is more brutal, more autocratic, and more dictatorial. And the question of the, this is what is told by my students who are from Dalit community and who are in the queer community. They are Dalit queer. They said that it is a luxury for the people who are staying in a flat, or those who are having a good career in the film line or in advertisement, or who are upper caste, upper class. We who have been abandoned by our own parents, by our own families. We are poor, we are on the road, we are begging in the street. What are you talking of coming out? Okay, we have already come. We don't have that luxury of maintaining dual life. Okay, just outwardly, we may accept what the society says, either a male or a female role. Okay, but inwardly we may be trans, we may be bisexual, we may be LGBTQIA. We haven't. So they said the whole coming out also has its social location, no? That whether you have any autonomy in your personal life. So it is from that context they are saying that it's not, it's a luxury that we cannot afford, because it's a luxury for those to lead a closeted life. In our case, there is no closetedness. The moment our parents found out that we are trans, we were thrown out of house and we were on the roads, and our community accepted us, and then we did not have any other opportunity for further education or job, and we had to lead this life. No? It is in this context that they say that coming out. Fine.
I think we have one more question from Devarshi Ghoshi. How does nature or culture binary reinforce patriarchy?
Yeah, I think first is, as I told you, the body politics. It's so much linked to the body politics. Which type of body do you have? No? So I think this whole nature versus culture, first of all, to start with, like as Simone de Beauvoir said, a woman is not born, she's made. Okay, so the same way, person is not born, they are made. So your culture, the 5 pillars of patriarchy, your family, your kinship network, your socialization processes, the culture, tradition, norms, laws, media, education, the education system, all of them, they are continuously giving you message that what is the code of conduct, what is a good behavior, what is the bad behavior, and accordingly you try to perform. And when there is this is question, and you get out of that norm, you face violence and exclusion, violence and exclusion. Yeah.
We have a hand raised, ma'am, and also one more question. Isn't there also a parallel narrative that says that when you lay lower on the social ladder, it was easier to come out to the larger society as there was less to lose? Yeah.
But is it a choice or a compulsion? That's what they are asking. Is it a choice? Do they choose to come out, or the lifestyle itself is such, no, that their social location is such that their life is an open book? It is also compulsion, no, that the social location determines that you are a transgender person. You don't have any way of being secretive about your identity. So I won't say that it is a choice. No, it is not a choice. And the restrictions and compulsions and violence and precarity, unemployment, hunger is much more pronounced when you are at the lower stratum of society. In fact, there are so many 4 theses I examined, supervised from TIS's law department. Even after the law of 2019, the precarity of the transgender community is extremely high. And it just happened. The whole process of their life happened in such a way that they were known as transgender persons. So the question is of not a choice. And what we want is, when we talk about the choice, you decide what you want to have. That's not there. It's your social situation which makes you, and the existential crisis that you are facing, that makes people know that who you are.
Mayaji is also reacting. Maya, would you like to come in on this aspect? Yes, please unmute. Yeah.
No, my only say is that, as ma'am said, that it's not a compulsion of being out, because if I'm on a lower ladder of the society, I have other more things to deal with compared to my gender identity. And it's a multi-layer stigma and discrimination. For me, being Dalit is the big question mark. For me, being handicap is the big question mark compared to my gender thing. Because if I come out as a trans, my other thing will increase the discrimination stigma, and I might not be able to distinguish whether it is because of my race, because of my caste, or because of my gender. So for me, coming out is not a question or a privilege. If I come out, my rest of the things will also be taken care of. So that's what I want to. That's what I was reacting.
I think Ankurji raised his hand. Ankurji? Yeah, could you?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for the comprehensive session, ma'am. I just had a question based on the discussion that we've had right now. You spoke about the women's equality movement and also shed light upon the LGBTQ movement. So did you think that both these movements have had a bourgeois character to them? And how do we make a place for intersectionality, as in all these differences of caste, class are accounted for when we are looking at the future of the LGBT movement?
Yeah, I think by doing actual action, no? Wherever you are, whether you are doing your relief work during COVID, or you are working in an educational institution which doesn't allow transgender students to take admission by saying that there are only boys. In our form, it's only he and she. There is no third column. I think you have to stick out your neck wherever you are. You stick out your neck, you speak about it, you mobilize people, you use your lung power, tongue power. You also come out and openly express your solidarity and use wherever you are, whichever power or the social capital you have to act. Okay, you just can't be the silent spectator. That's the only way to provide actual solidarity when you are faced with intersectional marginalities. No, very important. Yeah, action is very important. Praxis is very important. It's not only queer studies; it is also the practice in your day-to-day life.
Thank you, ma'am. So, in the interest of time, let us move on to the next session. We'll try to cover all the questions which participants are sharing. Samriddhi will have a list of those. So we'll try and cover all those in upcoming session as well. Shall we move to the next session, Professor Patel?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
So please welcome Samriddhi, Dr. Costa.
Firstly, thank you very much, Professor Vibhuti Patel. Ma'am, we will be moving ahead with the session. Moving forward, I would request Dr. Kaustav Padmapati ji, Assistant Professor, Senior Scale School of Modern Media, UPES Dehradun, to start the session, sir. He will be taking the session on non-binary identity and transgenders in India, importance of queer movement in the socio-cultural space of Northeast India. So the floor is all yours.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, IMPRI for inviting me and giving this floor to, discuss more about gender and sexuality, and especially two of my juniors, Arjun and Simi. We are from JNU family. Vibhuti ma'am, of course, giving me this chance. And let me share my, so already so much of discussions have been already done by, two excellent speakers. So I will not go into much. So my topic, I have especially taken the Northeast India. First of all, I'm from Northeast India, and, the entire narrative, if you see what already has given on transgender or non, it is more focused on North and South, but Northeast is completely missing. There are no references, no, terms about. So of course the question raises: is there not a part of Northeast culture? Obviously, it is a part of there. So that is the question. It is not something alien, but which is never explored. So this is here I have to give my context, why I started, and there are certain disclaimers. I am not consider myself as an expert on gender and sexuality like other two speakers, because I'm a political scientist. I am more into international relations, but I have shifted the focus because 4 years I worked in Assam, and of course I was teaching political science and the Indian society, a lot of identity. Then one of my students, they have to do like the master's dissertations, and he came to me and he said, like, I want to, I want to do a research or like a dissertation paper on transgenders of Assam. So I said, yeah, this is an extremely interesting topic. Go ahead, I will help you. Then I have to mention the challenges. There are no literature or from Northeast India, at least from Northeastern academicians. There are references, but there's tremendous challenges, even, finding literature. So then I thought of, this is the work that I have to work on. This is a work in progress. My book is coming along with Pratiti ma'am, who is also presenting, and Vibhuti ma'am has written its forward, and so my presentation is apart from the books, and there are excellent work has been done by some of the contributors. My focus is basically on Assam transgender community, and also Arjun has requested me to talk about a little bit of international aspect that I'll come to later. Currently, I'm in Germany because I'm a part of the Humboldt University now, so you can see it's completely light here because it doesn't get, dark until 9 p.m. here. So it is very, very strange feeling anyhow. So let me start. So Northeast India, of course, all of you are familiar, known as 7 sisters and 1 brother state. So brother state is Sikkim. But there's a debate always whether Sikkim should be included or not, because Sikkim does not share the shared history of Northeast India. Sikkim was the last state, 1975, it was part of, but however, in the political discourse with the new discourse on Northeast, Sikkim is a part. But overall, if we see the history, its Northeast India is quite different from the rest of India, because culturally we are much more closer to Southeast Asia, and there are 225 tribal communities, and their religion-wise, all the states are different. There are 3 Catholic states, 2 Buddhist states, 3, so it's a different totally. So especially when we look to the, this is considered as the periphery, these states, of course, compared to that is always the debate, because we are neglected. Still, we have to struggle with our identity, because a lot of discussions have been happened about identity, right? Because somehow, we have more like identity conflicts in the Northeast. It's concerned about language, your ethnicity, your looks. So somehow what happens to all that force has been mobilized to there. So somehow that among that course of identity, the queer identity takes a backseat, because of course, Vibhuti ma'am has said, because even, first speaker also spoke about, like, if we talk about what will happen to the other identity, like, because mainstream India still considers like many Northeasterns as an outsider. I may not have the typical look, but I know how, like, many of them, chinky is the term that they use in Delhi, Mumbai, in many, including Bangalore, big cities, to referring there, So, because of the discourse, the queer identity has remained silent and submerged. And it has become a subaltern identity. So here we have to refer to Sudeep Roy's called double minorities. First, you are a minority because you have to prove your identity to the mainstream Indians that you are an Indian enough, look-wise, dress-wise, your food-wise, even, like, or someone has to even to win an Olympic medal to to prove their Northeast identity. So then your queer identity comes later. So it was invisible until 2010. And first, is the state of Assam, where it started happening, some discussions on queer identity. And the first, the queer pride happened in 2014, and it has been happening. And now, people from other states are also started. So again, Assam, why Assam? Because if you see our history, because Assam has also had a very, very disruptive history. Assam movement, ULFA, and it was constantly under military rule for like throughout 90s. I think many of you who are born in 90s, you know how much military atrocities you must have seen. Manipur, it's still there. So many of us, we left Assam to study in the colleges all over India, because there was not a political and other activities, because always second day there was a curfew, there is a Assam Band, and it was not, and colleges were like closed for months and months. So we have to come to the bigger cities to study. And so this movement, also those who started, mostly they studied outside, who come back to Assam and Northeast. Very few you find from the local who completely based there. So many of them who studied, who brought out the idea. So of course in Assam I was involved too, so I know some of them. All of them have studied in the premier institutes like JNU, TIS, or maybe abroad, and very few local connections. So somehow even academic discourse also, it was missing in Assam. and other northeastern states, and they basically they don't talk about alternative sexuality. They don't talk about. So you can see this. The first Rainbow Pride happened in Kolkata in 1919, and other states, Guwahati 2014, Imphal 2014, Shillong once, all are very recent compared to the other, because in other, mostly early 2000, it's mostly happened in the other parts of India. Gangtok also mostly 2019, 2022, after 2018, after the the landmark judgment happened. In 2022, you can see it has moved to some of the smaller towns of Assam, that is Dibrugarh, Jorhat, and Tejpur, which are like other prominent towns of Assam. No pride work till now, Arunachal, Nagaland, and Mizoram. And I already told, no significant queer literature from Northeast India, no documentation of transgender history. Transgender Protection Act, which is supposed to be followed by all states, only in Assam and Manipur. They have some implementation, but is not fully implemented. And it is, that is the very, very paradoxical question. So it is still at a very, very, what we call very infant stage. And of course, patriarchy is there. Patriarchy is one of the, but I must say, being an Assam is like, there's a mild patriarchy in compared to the other parts. I don't know about other Assam, like, there's a mild patriarchy, and that is also debatable. But it is, always remains, identity always remained an important issue, but always the ethnic identity took over. And we have to look at the historical and political part. Assam is also divided into Assamese speaking, Bengali speaking. Brahmaputra Valley is Assamese speaking, Barak Valley is Bengali speaking. So always something or the other identity movement going on. And queer community is a part of India also not free from the inhibition it faces, because mainstream Indian queer community also don't talk much about queer studies of Northeast. So it somehow takes the form of a subaltern identity. And, so that's why, that is one of the main reasons that the queer studies or movement has developed much, much later. Now, so this is the work. It is not something we have done significant interviews. Feminist approaches has been, some, because many of the informations comes through oral history, when you go to the rural part, and because you have to also look at the culture, the customs, religions, and we cannot put the as I said, Northeastern culture in the wider spectrum. It's quite different, and unfortunately, not many studies has been done on that part also. And primary data, a lot of people from queer activities, queer allies, they were interviewed in the 3 months. We also followed remote ethnography because of the COVID, some of them, and participant observations also, specifically cities like Guwahati, where there's a significant, you can see the visibility of Hijra community. That is another debate I'll come to later about the Hijra culture and Northeast India. And narrative methodology has been used, those who are familiar with the research. So first aspect, somehow the non-binary people or queer people are identified with the single people in the Indian context. So obviously, being single is a very, very challenging for the Indian society, including Northeast India. You are frequently questioned when you are getting married, especially at my age, and when you are starting a family. That is a frequent question, and it is much more challenging for the women. Okay, so many single women who are queer women, they are there in the rural community. Some of them where we try to reach out, but then let's look out the state by state. Where is the discourse? So historically, with the Meitei community, there are references of non-binary identity. So they have been accepted, and the terms were used at Taloi Sonoba and Marupsana, which is basically talked about relationship of the same sex, which is recognized by the Métis society. And within Takrul community and Ukrul district, the term Yarman was used, basically for the non-binary persons. And however, although these are differences, they are ostracized in the Manipuri society as well. But in Manipur, there is a huge visibility of transgender populations, and which is, it's a part of their culture. So Manjuri Sarkar and the Kishalai Bhattacharjee says that lesbianism is sometimes accepted, but of course, this is also contestable. I'm just giving the references because women bonding is very prominent in the society. And the acceptance of transgenders in Manipur has come from their traditional role as Maibis and Maibias. That is the priests who are transfides, basically. So they do the priestly functions, and also you can see a lot of people who work in the makeup artist, and they are in the part of the society. And so the study of the queer scenario in Manipur brings the reference to the predominant transgender identity known as Nupi Nabis or Nuki Sabis, as pointed by Deepa. So word Nupi basically means women like. So this is what, and the transgender board has been established in Manipur to 2021 after the act has been. So one of the main why Manipur is so special, I have to mention, because the impact of COVID, I wrote a paper on impact of COVID was so bad on the transgender community because they are in the streets and they did not have the luxury of like us to work online. So they are left with no money, no food, and no government support. And in the first wave, what happened? Government just took over people and put them in the camps. And there are separate camps for men and women. None of the state except Manipur has the transgender, COVID camps. So only Manipur, because lots and lots of discriminations happen even by the doctors, because mostly they put them in the men's camp. So you can think about how much, discrimination they have to go through if they put in a completely cisgender, these transgender women, like kind of. So that's why Manipur is very, very important in this discourse. Mizoram. So Mizoram, of course, like Manipur, there are references from their society, but Mizoram, they said, we never heard of any, it's a John Turi, one of the, the person we interviewed by one of our contributors. So I have to mention about, this is the work of Siva Malik and Natsi Thopi, Anjuman Ara Begum and Samita Bora. So they say we never heard about the folk tales of neither men and women of in Mizoram. And Mizoram, the main identity is the Christian identity, and that particularly stops having same-sex religions because they closely follow the church. Church determines everything, and church, it is prohibited. So that's the end of the story. And slang word for hijra is tawai, which are just born within and who attracts their own sex, basically. So here the role of the religion, I have to be said, Christianity and homophobia. The concept of homophobia also came from outside. It is something that came with Christianity. It's something that came from Britishers. So the silencing of queer identity in Meghalaya and Mizoram, it's happened because of the colonial influence. It is the huge impact of Christianity because they were all tribes. They used to follow pagan cultures, and pagan cultures, there are a lot of references of, gender fluidity, and it is not necessarily they followed the binary, but it became very, very binary. So I already mentioned about, this homophobia and the sinness, it came from very, very Western concept. So Mizo organizations like Young Mizo associations and the Mizo Upa, they even started identifying, queer people and started a lot of violence. and basically in the Bible, giving the reference of Bible. Even, the Church of Mizoram, they discontinued their alliance with the American church associations, because in America, church, some of the churches, they allow same-sex marriage. So that also happened. And even hostility towards the queer community was so strong in Mizoram, the government had to give special shelters to the abandoned and homeless LGBTQ people. It was very, very challenging for them. Meghalaya also similar, but somehow Meghalaya has a discourse in the maybe the connectivity issue, maybe the a lot of influence from Assam. They don't consider, of course, homosexuality as a natural way of, again, the Christianity, but there are, according to Khasi Jayantia, they say homosexuality is a strange concept. However, Samakamiya community-based organizations was established in Shillong, and who basically walked about, and even pride also happened. A lot of challenges, of course. In Meghalaya, the term which they use transgender is hikmuila, which literally unlike women. So the transphobia is very, very prominent there also. Now come to Assam. So here, like Assam, again, Assam, many connotations for the singlehood. So it is not something that singlehood is celebrated in Assam. And there are a lot of ethnic groups in Assam, because Assamese identity is also not like a homogeneous identity. It is a combination of many identities. And so that's why we have a lot of identity conflicts and identity issues. So communities in ethnic groups are conscious about their social, cultural, spiritual, emotional, and community identity, and in respective of singlehood. So in many folk cultures and tales in Assam, consider single person as peripheral and burden, and stigma and labeling, like basically who will look after you after some point of time. These kind of terms are used, like Borola, Domora, Sirokumar, Sirokumari, basically persons with nobody or nothing. Or when we talk about effeminate man, there is a particular term is used, Maiki Mua, and if you are a tomboys or strong women, it is Motadani. Like these are slang, by the way. It is not a in Boro community. With single identities are also accepted and included within the society, but there are terms and conditions. At times, Bolonda was used as an outcast, and Lamri for those women who come out from the gender binaries. And however, despite family and binary norms, Boro community also endorsed lifelong of neighborhood friendship. So if you're a part of the community, somehow you survive. But of course, the importance, as I said, because basically the single people are the leftovers. They have nothing for the society. So some, I don't know, like all of them, but some part before cremations in the Boro community, it's to marry the dead single person to a banana tree before his or her cremation. So even in the afterlife, you should go as a married person. Then only the gates of the heaven will be opened, because there's no place for single persons. That is mostly that the philosophy also talks about. So these are like the prominent tribes and communities, Dima, Hassau, and Boro. So they got autonomous council within Assam, then Missing and Sonwal and T tribe. And except the T tribe, all of them are scheduled tribes. And of course, T tribes were not covered in this study so far. We will maybe do in the later, but all these communities are covered so far. Continuation in the Sonwal Kochari community also, it is single hub people is a taboo, and they were generally not invited in the social and the cultural functions. And so the list goes and goes and all, and the trans women identities are considered as Orudhun or Tabeli Bai, on effeminate men considered as Nang. So you can see each tribe has their own particular terminology, because if you see my title, I am looking this queer identity more in the socio-cultural context, right? So if we have to look into this particular, so that's why all these tribes are covered. Now, this is my area, Assamese society and transgenders. You already saw so much references of transgender in the ancient texts and culture, but somehow there's a huge gap between the Hindu texts and mythology and the state of contemporary cultural Assamese society, because Assamese society never talk about transgender Hijra society, because traditional Assamese society was rural and patriarchal, and which was characterized by powerful sentiments like kingship, loyalty, caste, and community. Caste, like the Hindu Assamese we are talking about. And traditional Assamese society did not see gender beyond the binary category. And surprisingly, there is a not record of transgender people in Assam history. So that is I was a part of a NGO, and we did like every Thursday the study on like discourse on gender and sexuality. Then I spoke with a couple of historians and a couple of that. We never find any historical records in the Assam history, basically transgender. So where are these people? Where are they, like, so far? So here I want to look at the, I started looking at the socio-cultural spaces. So Assam and Manipur both have, huge Vaishnavite influence, the socio-cultural movement that happened. It's a land of Sankardeva. So Sankardev brought a lot of liberal elements in the Assamese culture. So that's why, gender fluidity is visible in some socio-cultural spaces like Bihu performance. Bihu is the, the main dance of Assam, and Ras Leela. Ras Leela is widely celebrated in both Assam and Manipur. And where, the men, in Assam, the men dress up like a woman and they dance in throughout the night in the November of, it is still practiced. And the practice of cross-dressing is a predominant in Assamese folk and Vaishnavite culture, and even Bhauna also, that have allowed many effeminate men to fulfill their desires, at least for a night, to dress up, to do makeup, and, perform. And some of them are not even, because in the rural spaces, there is hardly any discussions about other sexes. So they are not even aware of their queer identity. And because queer and transgender identity is shaped by histories of rejections, abjections, and subjugations, and powerful patriarchal structure. So there is no space for them. But these cultural performances somehow give them a space. So I have a video to show you. Then I think many of you will find out how beautifully this they perform. And this is the, like, hope you can see. Okay, so these are all male performers, by the way, and this is a huge festival that happens in November, Assam. November in the Assam. So this Ras Leela, basically the same concept. So they transform to a gopis, they perform, they share their love for the Krishna. So in this space, even everybody accepts their effeminative, characteristics and performance and whatever we talk about. So sorry, I'll go to the next one. Just a second. Oh, I guess I have to close the video. I have what happened? Next slide. Sorry. Yeah, maybe I have to finish this video and then only. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me share again. Then, yeah. Sorry about that. I know it goes the flow. Yeah. Yeah. So now comes the Hijra identity, because Hijra culture, something, it is not part of Assamese society. But many people say it has happened because of the migrations and the people that brought this culture from the other states of India. However, when we see the Assamese language, they follow the 3-gender model. There is a Klibalinga apart from Pu and Stri, that is like man and female. So in addition to masculine and feminine gender, there's a Klibalinga that refers to intimate objects which has both the characteristics. And however, whatever Hijra community, like mostly visible after 2005, maybe, according to the recent some work, it's a most backward and neglected community of Assamese society. And Hijras are, in Assamese language, they prefer to call more like Kinnar than Hijra, because Hijra is still like a term. Of course, in Assamese society, it's considered like a derogatory term. And so they prefer Kinnar. And according to number of scholars from prominent institutions, that they are very, very new to the Assamese society. And they are frequently visible now. And mostly when we refer, if like with respect, then it becomes Baido and Bhanti, which are like the sisters. But like when you abuse them, it becomes Maikimua and Napunchak, basically, these two terms. So here it is very, very important, all of, I think at least some of you are familiar with the NRC, the National Registration of Citizens, that happened. And it was, so Assam was basically the first state. It took the back seat because of the COVID. So basically you have to prove your identity within your own state. You have to produce your 3 generations of your ancestors, from where they come from, and it is the documentations happen. So that particular basically, left out the Hijra to like transgender community, because when you talk about the role of the state, they mostly run away from home. They don't keep any, continuation of family. So they were without any documentations. They have nothing to prove they are there from there. And so 20,000 transgenders were left out. So they become basically within an hour stateless and homeless. So the role of the state is also very, very patriarchal. Similar, in Assam saw the big protest during, another very, very important act. Again, they were abused. Transgenders were Ka Act, basically. They were abused in the streets. There were a lot of police atrocities also happened. However, the All Assam Transgender Association was formed in 25th of December 2015. And now, like, there are some amount of government activities to uplift the community. Like there are pensions, not pensions, like there are financial support, and there are, but it's very limited to those who are based in maybe in the big cities. It's not to the rural spaces, to be honest. And opening up of tea stalls where they serve tea. And so these are some of the measures. Now, when you talk about the identity, the popular culture plays a huge role in the society, So Northeast India, Assam has the history of making certain very, very thought-provoking movie. But when we refer to those texts, the queer visibility or references of Hijra in Assamese popular culture is a rare or missing. Somehow the Gharana culture is very alien to the society, but somehow this first movie on Assamese transgender that came out, Junaki Poluar Fireflies, I think I'll show the video later because it will stop my presentation.
I have the video ready, Dr. Costa.
Okay, then great.
If you click the share, I will play it.
Yeah, so I think maybe we can finish and then you come to that before. So it is basically a talks about a transgender in the rural Assam, how she, and the role is played by a someone from LGBTQ. It got national awards and it was funded by a transgender man. And the entire team I know very, very personally, and they got like multiple awards. And it is whatever I explain about the Assamese society, you will see in the trailer. So we will watch that. So when we talk about the movement, yeah, it is still very, very much in the what we could like infant stage. And the first organization that came into existence is Hukia in 2012. That which has provided a safe and vocal platform for Assam for many to come out. Of course, the concept of coming out is, again, I agree with other two speakers. It's a very, very Western concept. You cannot suddenly decide one day, like, I am gay or lesbian and announce to the whole world. It is because in India, it is very, very cultural importance. It's a very Western concept, American concept specifically, coming out on phone or so. This is not something I also agree that coming out is a. There are a number of queer collectives now, basically Distri, Anajuri, Homidhan, and all of them. They have started discourse, the discourse that was missing. Now many university colleges open discourse, like maybe 5 to 6 years before, you can't even think of, openly in a government institution, a discussion is happening about transgenders or maybe alternative sexuality, because the old generations of academia, they are so homophobic, maybe in the sense they don't allow that kind of. So this is happening because of this wonderful movement. And there are a number of Assamese writers, artists, and performers who also support the community. Basically, I can refer Obhisatri Borua, who is a very famous Assamese singer, and one of the videos she basically showed about a transgender. And the courses on queer studies are introduced in the major universities like Tejpur and Cotton and some of the universities. So this is the very, very important campaign started by Assam. This is Rituparna. She will be speaking. Don't miss that. She's amazing. So basically, no more holding my pee campaign. And there are no gender neutral toilet all over India. You find a toilet for disabled people. So it is a space that is missing because the person has to take the role of a gender. So this is the campaign I also signed, and you can see I am what big gender sensitizations talk was organized in the university. I was working in Guwahati, and Rituparna came and personally spoke. It's basically to creating a safe space in Assam and others. So far, that is the picture you can see in the Tejpur University. That is the gender neutral toilet installed. 4 more places also, and all gender toilets, or because that is a safe, because otherwise it is like transgender people, even people has to hold their pee to even, that is the basic right. Can you think of just, that is, we are in a much privileged position, to be honest, because they are, even the basic right is denied. And this is the campaign. Rituparna, I think, met already the Assam education minister. She will brief you. And this is we need in every institutions, including, because I know many people from corporate sector, banking sector are also attending. You must take, if you want to do something for the transgender society, this is the first initiative you should take. Go and ask your administration for just open an all gender toilet. This is the first thing you can do, because as they said, you don't need to, ma'am also said, act, discussion is not enough. You have to act on it. So this is, I think, any allies also can do, and tell your colleges and universities, we need a toilet for them. And also, second was to introduce gender neutral uniforms, because many university and colleges in Assam has uniforms. So it was very, very difficult for transgender and those who are transforming, because it's like a cross-dressing for them. Just imagine yourself, if you are told you identify as a cis male and you have to wear a sari and go to the office. Just think about the trauma. So this uniform system is also very, very problematic, according to me. It takes away your significant amount of liberty, because currently in Germany and Berlin, I have to say, you find very interesting characters in metros and buses. They wear whatever they want, but nobody look at them like a strange creatures, because everybody is so used to that inclusivity. Nobody, because you will find a man with a mustache and they wearing a skirt, because that is they're expressing their identity, and that is, we at India, we stare a lot to the people. You may not verbally criticize, but those are the things we really, really need to work on, and about the community. And yeah, so Arjun, before I coming to my last part, you can show the trailer of the movie and of Fireflies. Then I will little bit will talk about Taiwan, because you asked me. I talked a little bit of Germany. So please share that excellent movie. The trailer.
You can stop the share for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
This one is right?
Yes, this one, yes.
Press up.
Breaking news for the পিংকি আৰু মুন্নি আজি সকলোৰে মাজত জানকিক আমাৰ গ্ৰুপত চেলা বনোৱা হৈছে সকলোৱে আচলৰে হাততালি বজাও
Yeah, thank you, Arjun, for sharing. I think background music is missing, but I think so. It is basically so it's basically you can see it is a journey of a rural boy who identifies like her as a she. Then the challenges, constantly abused, and she has to run away, and then ultimately a Hijra community accepts. And so it's a wonderful movie. I'll highly recommend. It was, I think, available in movie before, but not now. But yeah, I'll ask where the makers where it is available. So now I'll come to the last part of my presentations. When we talk about other societies, like the Asian societies are much more homophobic than compared to, that is always a debate about that. So the only country that where a lot of gender inclusivity and that is in the first beginning also, I think Samriddhi has mentioned that Taiwan is the only country that recognizes the same-sex marriage, and only country in Asia. It is not Japan and Korea, by the way, not even Thailand. It is Taiwan only, because Taiwan somehow, established a very liberal democratic society from an authoritarian society. And some of the, the role of the state is also very, very important. They are the history of Taiwan. They always need to survive from the China's constant bullying, because China is a communist country and Taiwan is a democratic country, and so among the liberal, they adopted the liberal value. So the first Taiwan saw like a inclusive feminist movement there, the role reversal that the ma'am talk about Ki and Ka, that actually that kind of social transformations happen in Taiwan in 80s and 90s, more women in the workplace and the men so that, feminist movement opened the scope for the LGBTQ movement, because it was very hard also. Like yesterday I only saw the first Taiwan's LGBTQ. So it talked about outcast, like however they all fought, and it is the DPP, the Democratic People's Party, who took the initiative, which is currently at the government. So there are certain important laws that were, because laws are very important as well, until and unless judicial changes or the legislative changes happen, people don't take it seriously. So that's why, this same-sex marriage is very important legally, the legal recognitions. So the first one, Act of Gender Equity in Educations, Act of Gender Equity Employment, then the same-sex legalization, each one. So the gender equity education, they introduced the inclusive education very, very early stage. Second one, equal opportunity in the employment, not more discrimination. So many of you are from education background, so let's talk about it. So this act particularly, it changed the entire education system, and it brought the tolerant element, because all school to refrain from discriminating against students on the basis of gender, sex, and whatever. And this law also requires all level of school to allocate time to educate students to further their understanding of LGBTQ people. So even, this gender diversity was introduced at the primary level, so that because schools, bathrooms are basically the place of bullying and lot of violence. And there are incidents that happen in Taiwan, like, transgender boys where how they were violated or like abused so they made it very, very clear of, reducing the cases of homophobia or bullying in the schools, and to more inclusive and liberal education. So this was really, really one of the best education's law, I have to say. And of course, if I keep telling about Taiwan, another story. So I will share my article, which was published as a special paper by Institute of Chinese Studies. So I will share that link, and there you'll find an entire journey of liberal movement in Taiwan, how it started, because it is again related with identity, sexuality, and acceptance, because identity plays a huge role. And that is my take on this very, very prominent issue. And I'd love to know about your comments, your questions, Abhibhuti ma'am also, thank you so much. And and again, thank you, IMPRI, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. I would
Yes.
like to convey my sincere appreciation, sir, for the
Yes.
truly enriching session and for generously imparting your valuable experience with us. Yeah, so your insights have made a significant impact, and I'm truly grateful, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be requesting Professor Vibhuti Patel to provide her remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Dr. Kaustav Padmapati, it's very, very nice to listen to you. I had read your manuscript. I was highly impressed. I found it extremely educative for me. But you're
Thank you,
giving
ma'am.
profiling today and also taking up such a broad canvas, no? Right from the history of the transgender movement, colonial rule, the identity, current challenges, the interplay of ethnic identity and the militarization, the violence, and the predicament of the transgender. You have very effectively, you have captured and it has sensitized. I think it must be an excellent learning experience for all the participants here. So, and ending it with the whole issue of that identity, sexuality, and acceptance. I think it's a very important struggle, and that's why I think this will give new energy, I think, to all the participants to become the change agent and also join the movement of solidarity. You know, it's very, very important. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the floor is open for questions from the audience.
Any questions, any comment? I'm happy to hear. Maybe North is something very new area for many of you, I guess. Yes, that I can totally really understand. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Swati ji.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaustav. It was such an insightful session, and it was lovely to know how our northeast, side of our country is, I would say rather the perspective of the entire LGBTQ community you have given over there. So my question to you is about that last slide which you showed about Taiwan, right? That
yes.
policy you have mentioned about that how they have specifically created a policy and then implementation of that policy. But in India, what I'm seeing right now, because I'm from the field of education, and recently I have finished a project Raha for transgender community, wherein I have tied up, collaborated with the Tweet Foundation, again with Ms. Maya Avasthi to complete this project. And we have upskilled 20 transgender people over there for computer skills and digital literacy skills and English language literacy skills and grooming skills so that, they can be employed in good organizations. But the challenge which I am finding is that, which I've already covered, the dead name, live name. So my question to you over is that what one thing which you see can change the entire perspective of education system in India, apart from the policy? Yes, we know that policy has to come and everything, sensitization has to done, the beautiful concept of, making it happen in the school level itself, because, if you are being spreading awareness at the time is okay. But right now, with such a huge population where we are still struggling with the binary gender norms, right? So fitting into the context of third gender, wherein if you see many of the forms, they don't have even that category. So if we are talking about inclusive education, because that is what bothering me, inclusive education. So what do I think, what we can do in India to bring that inclusivity at a large scale? Like what can be done for that?
Very relevant questions. Yeah, of course, that is this is the questions we get again and again. Of course, like to develop a more inclusive educations, we need more representations from the community who understand the issues better. Because what happened to the Transgender Act? Because it is the biggest fault line and criticism, they are not much representation. They did not even discussed with many transgenders leaders or like, because if it mostly what happens, this is decided by some men sitting at the luxury of Delhi offices. So first of all, the committees and who are making it has to be very, very inclusive. They have to include, there are a lot of academicians from the queer community, a lot of teachers that has to be included. And second, like, gender sensitization, like many teachers, they even don't know about non-binary. And, so especially the primary education level, we have to give special training to all the teachers, workshops, and like there are certain students will behave because many of them that shows because dressing up like a girl and effeminate and how effeminate boys are specifically bullied in the schools and criticized. So sometimes even teachers also encourage that. So that aspect, teachers' education is very important, especially straight people or cisgender people, and more discussions. Like this is excellent. Like summer school on gender and sexuality. So this is like a beginning. We have to focus on more discussions, discourse, because I am in Germany now, and it is a Pride Month. The amount of activities they have planned, you cannot like imagine. Like they are celebrating like a full festival. There are queer film festivals, queer talk, a parade. Everywhere you can see the rainbow flag, and the amount of acceptance, amount of as I said, non-judgmental people. We have to create, more non-judgmental people and who are aware. And another thing, I guess, really I appreciate about the German here, they read a lot. You will always find Germans with reading a book in the metros, in the buses, and which is completely opposite in India, because we are all into our mobile phones looking at those TikTok. Not TikTok is banned, but like more like two seconds. So for critical understanding, like the history, like many of you are not, many of those who attended, they are not, we have to read our own history, our own culture, and reading habit also. We have to, we cannot depend on some certain third persons, because everyone we have presented, we have done some significant study. It is not something created by us. So so that kind of reading list we have to prepare, which is needed. Like Devdutt, like as many suggested, Devdutt Patnayak's take on the history is very, very informative. Then Ruth Vanita, she has wrote a lot about sexuality and effeminate, a lot of alternative sexuality in both Hindu and Muslims culture. So that kind of readings we have to read, and we have to create like a more inclusive space. Of course, bathroom that I told about, it is very, very necessity in each and every institutions, because so these kind of initiatives we can think of.
Okay, so just in a continuation of this question, as per the new national education policy, it also mentions somewhere about the transgender community, right? So if you are might be aware about it. So yes, we want to know that, we know that it should be done, but there's a huge gap between what should be done and what we are doing. So definitely talking, discussing, spreading message, creating awareness is one of the things, but education, I think we have to start right from the bottom. From the very early stage, we have to create that sensitization. Then only we can see change on the next hierarchy or maybe the higher level. So
and also state-wise culture, like in Tamil Nadu, the community was celebrated. So a lot of literature you will find from Tamil Nadu or Bengal, but like other states it's missing. Why? Like because it's a part of the culture. Like culture plays a very, very significant role. And like some of the example that I have given, we have to come out with more just example, because rural spaces, if we have to look at the rural spaces, we have to bring more and more on cultural study where non-heteronormativity is accepted. like in many performances, many festivals. And yeah, so last one, I forget to, so we had a discussions with another American scholar. So basically, her study is on the Bihu performances, because when we talk about the Assamese identity, like Bihu is the festival which is considered as a national festival, and religion has nothing to do. Everybody, you know, everybody performs as a Bihu, as a performative. So there was a video that was released, and but like, you know, inclusive. So the transgender peoples are also included. So the Bihu becomes a symbol of, you know, I will show that the video. We have the time, because that is very, very important, because then we only talk about inclusivity. And yeah, so let me answer some of the questions. Okay, how can we create a safe space for the community? I have already explained it, you know, to ma'am's answer. Very informative. How can we have an atmosphere of more inclusion regardless of anything else, like personal, religious? Yeah, so again, I like, you have to bring discourses on your folk culture, your traditions, you know, how it was, because before British, it was a very, very inclusive society. It become so difficult after the Britishers' law, and somehow it made the Indian society very, very conservative, because we don't discuss about all those customs and traditions. And casteism exists within transgender community in Northeast India, like South India. I'm not sure about that, because caste as a factor is not very prominent in Northeast India. There is a casteism, of course, but it is not something like we practice in the, to be honest, I become conscious of my caste when I came to Delhi. I never aware about my caste, like before that. And transgender community, I'm not sure that we have to, because as a community, they don't practice caste system. Then what is the, how you call the studies in Assam as a part of subaltern studies? What were the challenges you come across as a part of it? Yeah, so that is because, you know, when we looked about we looked about available resources, there's not a single thesis on transgender or other from the prominent community. And some of the academicians, they bluntly say, this is not a part of our culture, so we don't discuss it, you know. So that is one of the biggest challenge. They don't talk, they don't oppose also, so it's completely silent in some aspects. So it is the same debate, like, you know, there are two courses debate. You can see that this is a Western concept or an Indian concept. Like liberalism is a Western concept, like individual identity. So they same, this is a you know, Hijra culture that is more about Northern Indian concepts, while you are bringing it in the Assamese context. But you saw the dance that I showed about Ras Leela. It is men wearing. So these are the contradictions and challenges, many challenges. Even the this volume, when I was read, because it turned out to be more on Assam centric, because as I said, other states, they don't, academicians, they don't even contribute. They are so much into the role of the Christianity. I say it was so hard to find someone from Mizoram or Nagaland, because they will not do openly, you know, because religion plays such an important role even in the education institutions. And so that's why ethnographical and some of the those who took interview, I took like, because Assam, it was not much challenging. Other, like, they have to do it in a very casual conversation style. It's not like a, you know, throwing questions. Otherwise, people will not open up if you don't engage in a conversation style. Okay, not a questions, but like to express my gratitude for providing a very insightful sessions. Okay, thank you. The NEP talked a lot about LGBT, not lot, some part it is, but again, when I said the NEP board, you don't see any transgender or any other queer people in the NEP, those who made that. So that is their person, their understanding of inclusive education is little questionable to me, at least being a queer studies, at least someone who represented there completely. That level of acceptance in Germany, but I'd want to know that, as you said, culture plays a very important role. What are views about America's recent take on gender identity? Yeah, so US again, you can see like it is very difficult to stay in the platform like this. There's a rise of a lot of right-wing ideologies. It's happening all over the world. And like it is very, very like US and somehow we Indians, we follow very American model, especially in the post liberalizations, and because a huge impact of American culture we have, and that is very sad. And we really need to explore other cultures that are more and more gender inclusive. Yeah, it is in America, it is happening. Yeah, and it's a rise in all over the world. That is, I have to say. Yes, I think
I have one observation. Can I go? Because
yes.
yeah. So it was actually like walking the memory down lane, because my dad was posted in Guwahati and I have been there like 5 and 6 times. So I remember that it was in the month of Krishna Ashtami, or say the Ekadashi, where all those queer visibility kind of create a unique syncretic blend of performativity in a very unique fashion, because they actually take different kinds of food that are so yummy, and then they actually eat a different kind of spinach in those occasions. And like actually I have been born in North Bengal, so there is this porous boundary between Kamakhya Guri and say in Kuch Bihar, where certain kind of socio-religious activities take place. For example, the Charaka festival, where people, irrespective of their gender, be it a male or be it a female or be it a transgender, they self-flagellate themselves. And then you must have seen the religious festivals like that Bati culture, where bodies are being hypnotized and different bodies are being culted together. So you cannot actually differentiate that these kind of subtle nuances that are coming from different socio-geographical space also create a very fine blend of queer elements. So that's how like we should actually relate to this kind of epistemic trajectory. And I feel it very, very fabulous also. Yeah.
Yes, because even if you see the Bhakti movement is very, very love for Krishna, irrespective of any sexes, which is so gender inclusive, and they go to the form of trance and thinking about gopi in many performances, and so that's why this kind of elements we should talk of. I think so. Last, I want to show the video that about the Bihu dance, and then I will finish it for today. And it's a 2-minute video, and yeah, it will.
Just one question before that.
Yes.
My name is Anjali. I'm actually here looking into gender and education perspectives. So just before I come to a question, just touching on the education aspect, yes, the NEP talked about transgender community 12 times in the entire document. But it's also important to note that while we say it as a policy forward, an NCRT committee that formed, which was headed by Poonam Agarwal, had actually formed the a written document to go around how do we deal with education and queer communities, which had multiple queer representatives, trans individuals, lesbians, multiple individuals, but it was also taken down after a week because of CBSE outcry towards it, which later they had to put out another document which didn't have actually the queer representation or community representation. Again, became a closed door discussion. But now coming to my question, Northeast community, as you also mentioned, has been known for its non-patriarchal elements, like maybe not significant amount. There has been a culture of matrilineity that exists, locality that exists, but still we see a certain kind of aversion, to be more correct, towards identities, or to taking up those identities or identifying yourself as a queer in those more currently quote unquote legitimate manners. So why do you think this is so? Like, because mainland India, we generally say it's because of the influence of patriarchy, the kind of masculine.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, of course. So this is a bit, so I talked about the, like, the double subaltern, like, because the other identities are so prominent, this takes a back seat. There was another argument also when, like in India also, it is quite later, the discourses happen mostly in the post-liberalizations. Why? Because many argued that because we had much more prominent issues like poverty and terrorism, and so all those issues were much more prominent, and so this comes later. And your own identity, as I said, liberal concept like self-identifications, it's a very Western concept also. And because in India, anti-Asian society is more community based, so that's why I gave example of different tribes. So in the Boro tribe, they accept, but they have to follow the norms and regulations. So until and unless it is not very harmful, people prefer to be in a community. And family and society is always interconnected. So that is, I think, one, because Northeast is extremely community based. It's community identity. So because of the community identity discourse, it took a back seat. That is what is our finding so far. And yeah, but like if we dig into the culture and socio-cultural spaces, many things will surprise you. So more, and another thing, because not much study has been done by even anthropological studies on Northeast India, on tribes, are done by Germans and French. You'll hardly see mainland Indian historians and anthropologists have worked on those. Even recently, the food culture on Northeast, it was made by an American. So you can see, like, the distancing from the mainland. It's of course very, so the identity separation is there, and they have to prove every time their identity, and so the queer identity took the back seat. Yeah, hope I have explained your yeah. Okay, so then let's play the so let's play the video. Yeah. So it's about the Bihu dance, I think, Bihu festival. All of you are familiar. So it was done by the Transgender Association along with the government of Assam to create awareness.
এই কত হয় বিহু মাৰিবলে ভাল লাগিছে নে দেখা তই ছোৱালী নহয় তই হিজৰা হয়
জীৱনৰ সংগ্ৰাম সমাজৰ ঘৃণা আঁতৰাই উজ্জ্বলি মই আৰু মোৰ সমাজ একেলগে জীৱিকা নিবিতৰে পাৰি শিৱ আৰু শক্তি দুয়োই মই সমাজৰে অংগ আজি মই গৰ্বী কাৰণ মই তৃতীয়
আহো
এইবাৰ লিংগ বৈষম্য এৰি একেলগে বিহু উদযাপন কৰোঁ। স্বাতি বিধান বৰুৱাৰ প্ৰচেষ্টাত আৰু অসম চৰকাৰৰ সহায়ত গঠিত তৃতীয় লিংগ কল্যাণ বোৰ্ড অসম।
Okay, so the message is that let's stop discriminations and all of us should celebrate Bihu as a very inclusive festival. So that is the message. And with that, I think I'll stop my final presentations. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you all of you for those amazing questions. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Padmapati sir, for your enriching session and sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you very much. So we'll be moving ahead to the next session. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I would like to request Sonal Gyani ma'am to start the session. Sonal ma'am is a senior technical advisor, diversity and inclusion, South Asia Region International Planned Parenthood Federation, IPPF, New Delhi, and she's also an independent filmmaker. She'll be taking the session on situational analysis and needs assessment of lesbian, bisexual women and transmasculine community in India. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi everyone, my name is Sonal Gyani. I work as a senior technical advisor at the International Planned Parenthood Federation, and I manage the South Asia region. I'm very, very out about my sexuality, and my job really entails helping people understand diverse gender expressions, sexual orientations, and sex characteristics. And I'm really delighted that you have been able to join us today and that all of you want to know more about diversity. And that's a great first step towards inclusion. In my talk today, I'm going to talk about the lesbian, bisexual, and transmasculine communities. Many times I find that people imagine that the entire spectrum of people with diverse sexual orientation, gender identity expressions, and sex characteristics, people imagine that they are homogeneous, but actually these identities have their own unique set of problems, and I'm going to take you through the problems and challenges of the LGBT communities. LGBT is an acronym for lesbian, bisexual, and transmasculine persons. For today's talk, I thought I would divide the structure into two halves. In the first structure, I would like to tell you about my own journey, and in the second half, I'm going to take you through some key points and key challenges that are coming up in relation to LGBT communities in India. And I hope that after listening to my personal story, understanding these challenges will be easier for you, because you have a first-hand personal account from a person speaking about it. So as mentioned earlier, that I have been working in the South Asia region, talking about these identities and talking about challenges of LGBT. And I'm quite out and open. But actually, if you would have met me about 15 years back, it was quite the opposite. To become really confident with my identity, and then also to be able to understand and clearly articulate the challenges of this community has taken many years, and many years of coming out to different kinds of people, many years of understanding myself and then the community. And so, of course, this journey wasn't easy. So I want to take you through a little bit of my coming out journey as a bisexual woman in India. And I think I'm going to take you back to, when I was growing up. So when I was growing up, I grew up in a small town called Vasco in Goa. The town is actually, Vasco town of Goa is actually quite well known, and Goa is a very well known city. It's very well known for its tourism and, influx of people wanting to explore the particular city. And the impression is actually that Goa may be, in some sense quite forward and not conservative. However, if you do live in a town in Goa, the experience of growing was quite the opposite. Because when it came to, issues around gender and sexuality, just like most other parts of India, there wasn't actually enough information floating around. So, when I grew up, in my 6th standard or so, I started finding that, I am noticing and fancying the boys in my class, and I was able to tell my sister, and we both shared this, feeling of suddenly feeling different when we reached the 6th class and being attracted to, our classmates. I remember having this conversation was very sort of difficult. But the minute we kind of broke ice, it became quite easy to talk about, the boys that we fancied in our class. And we made it a habit to, talk in the night about what was going on and, about our respective crushes. And usually when we were talking in the night, my father, who was a defense person and very, stickler about time, he would come and be like lights out and go to sleep. So many times we would have these conversations, late into the night in complete darkness. As I reached my 7th standard, I found myself also being, finding the girls in my class quite nice. And I found myself, noticing them a lot, or feeling that, I'm very interested in what they are doing, how they are playing with their hair, or how they are performing in my class. And I found myself without any language wanting to discuss, my experience with my twin sister. But one of the nights when I was talking about a particular girl in my class, my sister turned around and she said, "Sonali, why do you keep talking about girls? Are you a lesbian?" And she laughed. And at that point, because it was in the dark, she couldn't notice my expression, but my expression, my cheeks sort of went red and I felt a lot of shame. And at that point, in that one moment, I realized that, this feeling that I have is not something common to other people. And that if I don't want to be made fun of, I should probably keep, my feelings to myself, right? To not invite any kind of hurt, because my twin sister, who was the closest to me, I couldn't talk to her. So I only imagined that other people wouldn't accept it at all. So, my school years went like that, where I had deep crushes on women. They, of course, continued. But I could not, tell my sister. And while I can now say that those were crushes, at that point of time, I didn't have the language as to what was happening. I just felt that, these people are people who I want them to be like, my best friends, or I'm very, very attracted or attached to them in a way that, is a little more than a best friend. But I didn't have a definition or a word or a language, for it. Then I went to my college, and in my college, I realized that, people are in relationships. And that's when I had my first relationship with a boy. I was very open and out about, my feelings for this boy. But somewhere, as I started meeting more people, I realized that maybe the way I like, and I have a relationship with the boy, I would like to have it with, the other girls in my college. But while I was trying to figure out what is really happening to me, I was outed without my consent. A classmate of mine sent an anonymous message on, SMS forward, and it was forwarded to all my classmates saying that, Sonal is a lesbian. And this was before I found out. It had already been a few days, but it was very traumatizing as an experience, because what started happening was that whenever I would walk into a room, there were people who they would, go hush. Or, my friends, they stopped talking to me. Women didn't want to be around me. And I myself had not found the language at that point. So I really didn't know what was happening. And I became very depressed. And even then, people would not hush. It constantly ran in my mind that, I must be judged by my friends. And moving on, what did end up happening was that I got so depressed that I felt quite suicidal. And before, attempting anything, luckily, I had a friend who rescued me before doing anything that would be self-harmful. And they asked me to come out to my mother. And, till that point, I had not anticipated that, I could talk to my mother. However, my mother had also noticed that something is off with me, because I had lost a lot of weight. I had stopped talking to people. I had really withdrawn. And I was not my usual self with her. So I finally came out to my mother, because I could not cope. My mental health was very, very low. Luckily for me, my mother, she heard me out. And her response to my sexuality was that, it's all right. And not to worry about it. But perhaps, I could go in for counseling. And in counseling, my counselor, could help me out. Because from her understanding, she saw that I was also with boys. So maybe this is a passing phase. So for me to be able to actually just be openly able to talk to my mother was such a big thing that it allowed me to push through the remaining years of my college. But it definitely did have an impact on, the way I gave interviews, for placements. Now, during the placement stage, I heard that there was a company where there were people who were already out in the workplace. And, during the orientation, this particular hotel, I was a hotel management student, this hotel, while giving us our orientation during their placements, they very openly spoke about being, LGBTQ friendly. And therefore, that was my first, it was my first preference. And luckily for me, I got through and I was part of, this particular hotel. And I thought that, things are going to improve, things are going to change. But as I went through my management training, I realized that actually many people did not know about this particular issue. And on the face of it, while they may be friendly, they really did not know much about, things. So I found myself, because, I had such a bad experience of being outed in my college, I felt the need to hide my sexuality back again in this hotel that I was, sort of part of. So how would I hide it? What would start happening was that, my colleagues noticed that, it was the same girl that I was meeting over the weekends. And so, they started kind of indirectly making comments about how I'm always hanging out with girls. So what I started doing was that I started changing the pronouns and started talking about my partner, but referring to him to her as a he. But what it ended up doing to me was that I was, feeling like I have become a liar. And again, I had major trust issues popping up again and severe, depressive bout because I just couldn't talk about it. And this led to slowly led to me feeling that I don't belong anywhere and I can't really be out. And I started dropping off from work. I would not report into work. And at one point, my manager, she asked me to meet her because she noticed that again, I'm like, not being able to perform in the way that they need me to. And she asked me, but I was not willing to talk to her about it. And I was told that, please share what is the problem and it will be confidential. So that was the first time at a workplace that I already knew. I imagined it to be friendly. So I thought maybe I could tell her. And I did tell her. But unfortunately for me, it was not kept confidential. It was, passed, the information was passed to my HR. And before I knew it, I faced a similar humiliation that I did in my educational institution. And what I started finding was that, there was sexual graffiti on the lift with my name. People would move out of the changing room when I entered, a locker room. And finally, in the end, I also had a, safety issue in this place where I was facing like a kind of sexual harassment also. And at no point was I able to handle this or, say openly that I am queer. And this led me to finally leave the workplace. And I was in a very bad space and in a very underconfident space, feeling like very bleak about my future. And that is when I first time accessed mental health support. And I went in to seek professional help. And I met a mental health therapist. And this really dramatically changed my life. So that mental health therapist made me realize over many sessions over 2-3 years, eventually made me have this epiphany where I realized that all my feelings about my sexuality were actually rooted in that one particular incident with my sister. And my primary feeling around my sexuality was shame. And she helped me slowly unwrap that shame and convert that shame into pride. And from the time I started feeling and understanding my sexuality and slowly started opening, I started feeling better for myself. And that is the time when I joined, as a volunteer, I joined a community-based organization called the Humsafar Trust. This is India's oldest registered health organization working on the health and human rights of the LGBT community. I joined them as a volunteer. And as I started meeting older people who were very out, I started feeling more confident. I suddenly could see that, I may have a future as a queer person, even if I'm open. And, there is the possibility of community support for me. And so I slowly started coming out in this workplace as well. And very soon, because they realized that I actually am quite an open person and a communicative person, they moved me to their advocacy wing. And my job became to, travel alongside a play on homosexuality and talk to people after the play about, the questions they may have about the community. And the play was about a mother who gets to know her son is queer and how she learns and to accept them over time. And I felt very much that I could relate to the play. And over time, as I started listening to people and answering their questions around gender sexuality, I realized that they all have the same questions. Majority of them have the same frequently asked questions: that is it normal? Is it natural? What can parents do? What are the things that we can do for society to change? And increasingly, I found that even if there was somebody who did not understand the community or was rabidly against the idea of two people of the same gender being okay, if in fact heard and respectfully answered and informed with information and a comprehensive answer, they actually changed their opinion. And now over the years, I've met thousands of people and talked about sexuality. And over the years, this changed me fundamentally because I realized that the people in India that I'm meeting, they are not hateful. Majority of them are actually ignorant. And what is needed is to spread more information about the community. As this was happening, I also realized that there is a need for a support group for young people. Because a lot of people, because they realize I'm out, they would call me about similar problems they were facing in their college and similar problems they were facing in their workplace. So I increasingly started, we made, along with a few friends, we made a group called Yaria. And in Yaria, we found that many people were speaking about how they are being bullied in their school or they are being discriminated at the workplace. And for a change, this space was different than most spaces I was in because other people would share with these young persons that, how their journey was and how they tackled the situation. And they would offer support, and hundreds of people would offer support to somebody who was struggling with their mental health and was not knowing how to be responsive, responding to them. But as Yaria grew, I realized that, the issues of lesbian, bisexual women were, a little more unique. What I did start realizing that when it came to lesbian, bisexual women, for them to come out and speak openly was more difficult. Women's sexuality was even more repressed. Marriage pressure was very, very high. And a lot of people, the tendency for, wanting to run away or not being able to talk to their parents was very, very high in comparison to gay men or trans people. And within that, when there was a gender identity crisis, so if I was born in the body of a woman and I identified as a man, there was even lesser support. So this is when me and a few colleagues of mine, we also formed another initiative called Umang, which is a support space for LGBTQI plus persons. And both these spaces over time, we have supported young people and LGBT persons in, supporting them through their life journeys and helping them come out to their family, helping them understand their own sexuality, helping them be part of the movement. And as I started growing, I also started speaking more openly in the media. And I was also part of Bollywood films. I've acted in a few films. I've made documentary films on the particular issue. And the more and more I have sensitized people, I have realized that people have many questions. And these questions need to be answered. And that can only happen through sessions like these, which is why I'm very thankful for IMPRI to, hold this particular session. So for me, post this particular phase, I also started doing a lot of corporate sensitizations. And I realized that, there are certain needs that are emerging and there are certain challenges, that are emerging. But if I had to complete my story, I would say that, I went from shame to sort of understanding and accepting myself and finally moved to pride. And since the time I moved to pride and being comfortable about my sexuality, my life has turned like, a complete 180 degree. I'm actually, heading now South Asia region level programs. I'm working at an international level. I'm in fact, very vocally speaking about currently, I'm vocally speaking on different panels about the impact not having, marriage rights has on the community. And I have been, also very much involved in supporting people in crisis situations. And I can say that, from the time that I was coming out to now, there have been a lot of changes. Communities have really started coming out. People are out, sure. It still remains that we find it difficult to talk to our families. but people at least know about the particular issue, and they do have certain, language. So from here, I'm now keeping that, in as a context. I'm going to take you through a small presentation that I made on for you about this particular community. Allow me to share my screen. So you can see. Okay. Right. So I'm going to tell you about, what's happening with the lesbian, bisexual, and transmasculine communities in India. So for those who may be not familiar, the word lesbian means a woman who's attracted to a woman, and bisexual means a woman like me who's attracted to both boys and girls. And transmasculine community is basically a person, this is a range of people. So these are people who don't identify as a woman. And within this transmasculine community, there are many identities. For example, there is trans man. Trans man is a person who is born in a female body, but would like to, has always felt that they are a man, that they are trapped in the wrong body. And they may want to go through, even a sex change procedures to look more like their identity, which is of a man. But not every person goes through, surgery. For people, you may not have heard the word lesbian, bisexual, or transmasculine, but you may have also heard about people who are tomboys. Okay, so imagine that people who are tomboys or people who have always been very, very masculine and not really fitting in your understanding of what it means to be a woman. So that's a range of people who fall under transmasculine communities. So we're going to talk about these particular communities. So essentially, what has happened is that there is a huge discrimination and marginalization faced by elite individuals. So within marginalization, I can say that, it's just this, right? That you don't feel like you belong, right? Marginalization is that, and also you push these communities outside. So even if, so for example, in my case, when people did get to know, they didn't want to hang out with me, or they made sure that I was not part of their teams. I was not allowed to, join teams or hang out with people. But imagine this also, at a more structural institutional level, which would be that, maybe when it comes to health facilities, you don't even imagine that there are lesbian people, or, if I am going for maybe a counselor, the counselor starts, and I say I have a relationship issue, they may straight away ask me, then tell me about your boyfriend, without really recognizing that I may not, be only straight, right? The discrimination obviously is quite apparent when people do find out about their identity, especially if it's not kept confidential. It's quite a common experience to be isolated and bullied. The other bit is the insufficient awareness and understanding within society. So this is something, again, when it comes to lesbian, bisexual communities, or anybody who identifies as a woman or has a woman's body, we find that, the word itself gets very loaded. People imagine that, this community is very hypersexual. In fact, even to this day, despite so many sensitizations, whenever there are movies, Bollywood movies, I find that, a lot of these filmmakers try to sexualize the particular identity, which becomes much more challenging for people to then come out. Thirdly, there are challenges in education, employment, healthcare, and mental health. So mental health is something that you would understand, like over a period of time, if you are keeping something to yourself, not accepting your own self, this has a huge toll on your mental health. And if you can't trust people around you, are constantly paranoid that, somebody will find out, it can have a huge toll on your mental health, and it will also lead to sometimes suicidal ideation. Within education spaces, we find that, many colleges, they don't recognize LGBT people, so they don't have counselors to support you. Their guidelines on ragging don't include this. If there is no kind of support group for young people who may be in colleges or even workplaces for support. In terms of employment also, it's very common that if it's somebody who's identifying openly as gay or openly as a trans man, they are not offered that particular job because they are different. So there's a need that, when we are growing up, if there is a sex education class happening, or, there are conversations about your body, people do talk about diversity and don't, only restrict it to talking about cis heterosexual bodies. or basically bodies of people who are born in a certain sex, a certain body, and they identify as that. So I think this has been very important, and we will talk about it further in the presentation. So when it comes to speaking about discrimination in school, so when we talk about sexuality education, when I say sexuality education, this is talking about like your body, or who you are attracted to. A lot of times there's a lot of misinformation or stigma. In fact, it does happen sometimes that people have this notion, the trainers may have a notion that this can be cured. So even if a child at that stage with nothing, no intention in their heart comes and tells you that I might be queer, the person may be pushed into changing. Or if a child is very masculine, doesn't want to wear, like say, a skirt, they will be forced into submission. They will have to wear the uniform in a particular way. Also, if I am a lesbian, identifying as a lesbian, and if I had more partners, there will be a kind of shaming, bullying, and isolation that would happen. And people would generally want them to conform to what they imagine should be a woman. I will give you an example. Like after the judgment, the first judgment came about decriminalizing these identities. The Supreme Court actually asked the central government to, make curriculums more inclusive. And NCERT, in fact, did do that. They made a training manual so that they could sensitize teachers, because we are finding that teachers were the most worst. They were the biggest perpetrators of violence, because they just couldn't understand. They would think that the child is misbehaving or indisciplined. So, a manual was prepared so that we can first address the teacher, who could then help their students. But this was met with resistance, and we could not move forward. And this continues to be the case. And right now, sensitizations in schools are usually led by NGOs or activists who come and speak in school about these identities. Within the workplace, you saw my example. But it's not just about facing violence, but this imagination that, I will not be this workplace. If I get, married to a woman, they will not give me or recognize my partner. So they will not give me benefits, spousal benefits. So a majority of people, when they are growing up, people unconsciously, they have imagined that we will go to a country like maybe Canada, or, I will go to the US, I will go to, Norway, where my partner is recognized. And because of this, there is a huge brain drain in India. And especially for women, still men can still be out at the workplace. You will find very few women, speaking openly because of, like I said, the hypersexuality and the sexual harassment that follows, that they don't come out. The majority of them prefer to just leave the country. And this is why India is, in fact, a recent study quotes that, India is losing up to 1.7% in GDP because of that. The other bit is that, a lot of queer people, they feel the need that, somebody should understand them, somebody should be out. Like in my case, my management could not support me. There was, except for the first person I met, I imagined that, they were out. So, the management will be out. But I never, after that first person who I met in the orientation, I found nobody was sort of supportive. So I could not, go up and ask for help from these people. So a lot of times people may also feel that, feel and actually experience that, they are cut off from a promotion because there's a particular notion about them, which is not really rooted in reality. In fact, a study found that LGBT plus people, they want workplaces where, you already tell us that we are, we already experienced so much in our life that we prefer to go to a place which is more open. It's important to think about, it's one thing to be open, but your policy is also friendly. Is there something to support your employees, like an employee resource group at your workplace? Those are things people work on, but I can tell you that for many people, if, a particular company openly speaks about being supportive to the community, a person, even if they are getting a lower package, they will join that particular space just because they want to feel safe. So, but however, despite legal protections, especially for transgender people, they are still facing challenges, in their work environments where, if they joined as their body was, people imagined them to be a woman, and somewhere in the middle they wanted to do a transition, they wouldn't be supportive. And this is a challenge because, you know, for a lot of trans persons, when they are growing up, they don't have the money to support a transition medical procedures, right? So they end up figuring out medical procedures only to be able to afford medical procedures only when they join a particular workplace. But then they are met with the resistance at the workplace. So, you know, there isn't support for a social transition. What does a social transition mean? So social transition means that if I now am doing a surgery, I'm identifying as a man, now I'm going through, you know, procedures which make me more masculine, I won't become masculine overnight, right? I will go through some hormone therapy, and then I may go through you know, I may go through operations. The hormone therapy takes a lot of time. So there will be a time where, you know, you don't look feminine and you don't look masculine. And that's when invasive questions should not be asked. Like, you know, the management should know about it. Or if I need a support in a surgery, like money for that surgery, my managers should push that, you know, to give me health cover. My company should support with me that, because that is my major health, right? But many places actually don't have it. In fact, they feel that, okay, this is like unnecessary expenditure, or, you know, other people are not comfortable. What is the washroom they're going to use? And, you know, we don't want to build new washrooms, so they will, you know, remove you from the workplace. So the other bit then is like conversion therapy. Like many people, they are misinformed and they genuinely believe that you can change somebody who is lesbian or is transmasculine. And again, this is misinformed. In fact, the World Health Organization and all the, even the Indian Psychological Association and the Association of, you know, Indian like clinical counselors, they all have come out openly speaking about, you know, diverse sexuality and diverse gender is completely normal and natural. But the kind of myth still exists that, you know, you can change, and this is very much fueled by quacks. So what they end up doing is that for a lot of people, it's common. Like, for example, for women, if they kind of came out to their family, people feel that, oh, you know, maybe again sexualized, that this person has become very sexual. They have not had sex with a man. So maybe, you know, post-rape will help them convert back. So it is like common for lesbian women to face violence from their own, sexual violence from their own family members. Or the other bit they will do is they will lock you in a room and say that, you know, you have become too independent, somebody's influenced your mind, you know. So kind of curtailing freedom. And at a very extreme level, they may feel that, you know, maybe if we give you hormone therapy, you will become more feminine or you will become more masculine. And, you know, shock therapy. So these are very scary cases. And, you know, constantly we try to speak about this openly, but we still continue to find cases where, you know, families have tried to force conversion therapy, and some, in many cases, you know, lesbian women have committed suicide because they just could not find support. Very recently in 2018, though, Delhi High Court did de-license a doctor for practicing conversion therapy, but very few people know about this, that it's a malpractice to, you know, give medication without consent. But it is actually quite common, I would tell you, for quacks to say that, you know, have this particular medication and you'll be fine, and or, you know, forcefully making through the help of the family, you know, forcing medication. So there is no real informed consent or medical consent involved. Or it's common for people to take you to maybe a Baba who may then try to sexually abuse you. So things like that have been, you know, a huge problem. The only state who has recognized that this is a problem is Tamil Nadu, and they have banned it. But it's we need a larger dialogue on conversion therapy. Then we talk about mental health. So in UNICEF also, you know, there is a higher prevalence of mental health stressors among the youth. There are suicide attempts, there's anxiety and depression. And you can just imagine, like I spoke to you from my own experience, not being able to talk about it, not having any support, not having any language, you know, shame, stigma, people like, you know, you imagine people don't know, but they know. So an unconscious kind of insinuation about your gender sexuality, all of that can have become mental health stressor. And I think the first and foremost, before anything, is yourself not being able to accept who you are, because, you know, you keep telling yourself, maybe I'm not this, maybe I'm not that, and your feeling about your own gender sexuality is like in shame, with shame, right? And when you do come out, there are like family rejection, there's time, you know, and there could also be dysphoria, so I may constantly feel I'm in the wrong body. And because of that, every day waking up and seeing myself in the mirror and feeling like I'm not this person can be really challenging, and not really having the language or the support system or knowing what are the existing structures in place. So, when it comes to the country, there was a particular act, the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act, which actually spoke about these issues and spoke about how these communities need more support. They need, there needs to be more, because there's a lot of violence on the streets with trans people, that there needs to be more sensitizations among the police. But even now, when we sort of have cases of, say, a lesbian runaway couple, or we have, say, a trans man who ran away with their girlfriend, we find that, mobs of families descend on us. And usually they come along with the police, where the police has already decided that, that the couple is at fault and it's against social norms and they should not be together. So fighting that has been challenging, because sometimes even the police is not sensitized, and then that becomes really sort of, it's difficult to sort of work in this kind of space. When it comes to gender affirmative surgery is basically, some people, they do want their body to feel the same way that, they know they are. So, some people like to take like hormone, or would like, if they had the access, they would take hormone replacement therapy. So what hormone replacement therapy does is that it can have masculinizing features. So for example, if I did take like testosterone shots, my body would start changing. I would start having a deeper voice. I would start having facial hair. And the structure of my body would slowly start changing. So a lot of people do want access to that. And sometimes what is happening is that people are taking it over the counter without really asking anybody, because, people offering HRT may not be sensitized. So they prefer to take it on their own, but this can have major health consequences, because hormone therapies will affect your blood pressure. They will affect your, heart. So, there's increased risk of heart attack, UTIs, things like that. But just people are not able to access that in a way that is wholesome. So that's causing some challenges. Other than that, like, when you do a surgery where you sort of, there are 2-3 surgeries. One is basically you can get your breast mastectomy, where you can remove your breasts and flatten them. The second is that, you can have a hysterectomy, where you remove your uterus. And thirdly, you can have a penile construction. All these 3 surgeries, they are very, very, I would say they are not simple surgeries. They are not minor surgeries. They are quite major surgeries. And, major surgeries, of course, require familial support and like caretakers to be around you. But for many people, they lack support from their family, because the family is not able to fully understand. Nobody's spoken to them about it. And there's so much shame in society that it's difficult. So most people will go to a city and start, so that the other society members don't get to know, they will start all these procedures. So we've had many cases where, trans men, went through surgeries, but they didn't have any family members. So we had to, from the, support group, be around and support them, through their surgeries, but very little support. However, like in terms of payment, because these surgeries can be expensive, anywhere between 2 lakhs to 25 lakhs, depends on how much you are getting done. Luckily for us, the Ayushman Bharat PM scheme, the SMILE scheme, is providing health cover. But what we find is that very, very few people even know about this, because the government is not, doing enough campaigns or for the community to know that this kind of thing is available. The other bit is like, accessories. Maybe I don't have the money for a medical procedure, but I would like to flatten my breasts, right? So people tend to use binders. So binders also, earlier what people would do is that they would take a cloth, not a cloth, but like a bandage to tie it around their chest and flatten it. This, by the way, is not at all good for you, because it can have, breathing issues, and it can cause a lot of damage to your lungs. So there are medical binders that are supposed to be used if you want to flatten your chest, and especially medical binders are used after a mastectomy. But these binders are not at all easily available. So many people are just using these band-aids and tightening their breasts, which is actually not good for them. There's very less access to these binders and it can be a problem, right? Similarly, for like, there's something known as stand to pee. Like it is an instrument which allows you to, stand and pee. Because a lot of trans men, when they have gone through transition, they are not able to use public washrooms. So they would like to use something where, it's not noticed that they're not sitting and peeing, so there's lesser chance of violence. But instruments like that are like hardly available, very little information about, surgeons who are doing this, or, people who had good experiences. And it's been common for us to have met people, who are having challenges post-surgery. So these schemes, even if they cover you for the operation, but the things that are required post-surgery, or if there's a complication post-surgery, it's not really covered, and that becomes a challenge, right? And also, while this is a health need for a lot of, most medical insurances, they are not covering it because they think it's a cosmetic change, and they don't sort of realize that this is a like a mental health concern, and this is very much like, the most important concern for trans people, trans men especially. So there's no coverage. So this means then, you're kind of pushing people into, I would say, difficult financial situations, because then they collect their money for this particular procedure instead of maybe, investing it somewhere, right? And as we go to the more lower economic or more conservative families, it gets more and more challenging, especially if you've not been educated, which is quite common. If you are assumed to be a girl child, especially in smaller towns, you will not have educational backing or financial backing. So we had many cases where people ran away and came to us without any certificates or not enough education, and then placing them into jobs was very challenging because there wasn't enough qualification, and literally you had to build agency from scratch for them to be able to survive. When it comes to research, also we are finding that these are doctors who can actually help. They continue to think that this is a perversion because their medical books haven't been updated since the 1970s. When we talk about, other things like, say, STIs or STDs or hormone therapy or even contraception, while all these options are open abroad, it's not really coming to India because, like I said, they don't recognize these communities. And so there's a very important to understand, like, what are the healthcare needs of lesbian or bisexual women and transmasculine persons. And when we say that there are different needs, one is for trans people, there are gender affirming procedures, but for lesbian women, options of contraception or options of, childbirthing, pregnancy options, STI, STD control options. There are many, many things within, that field, or even masculinizing procedures for somebody who may be a tomboy, but doesn't want to do a surgery. All of this is not really, available in the mainstream space. So finally, what we do sort of recommend is that it's so important that in schools and universities, which is the beginning where you start realizing your sexuality, that we do talk openly about it. You may not need to go into detail. You can then, offer support groups where these communities can speak, but at least offer an opening so people grow up knowing that, it's normal. You are not different, and they don't need to get closed. Secondly, when it comes to workplace, there should be policies which encourage the representation. Because again, like, if you are expecting a person to be out without your workplace being out about their opinion on gender and sexuality, then you are actually putting them up for abuse in your workplace. So it's important that, management is sort of out. Thirdly, all these therapies, quack therapies about conversion therapy, there needs to be a stronger national ban on this. And mental health services where, counselors are sort of taught how to deal with these communities and help them come out. I personally myself went through 2-3 therapists. The third therapist was the one who was the most helpful, but I actually ended up facing like sexual overtures from the first male therapist I met, because I went through like just dial, and I didn't really know or check about the qualifications. I just assumed that this person is qualified, but they were not. So this is also the experience of regular people. They may not know who's a good counselor, who's not, because not enough information is available. Also give access to healthcare services. Everybody falls sick, right? So there should be options, and also medical curriculum and research. But beyond that, I think if you want to really change the situation, it is so important, right, that we talk about being more out about these communities. speaking for equal rights of the communities. So it's so important that, one, the law changes, but along with that, there's also social progress, that we do many sensitizations with societies. We offer more courses for people to sort of understand them. It can no longer be the problem of queer people to constantly inform others, right? It's also important that our allies take this on and push our institutions to push for sensitization and talk about this particular issue. If we really want an inclusive, accepting, and compassionate society for all. Thank you so much for listening to me. I'm available if any of you would want to get in touch. I'm available on Instagram as Sonal Gyani. You can also write to me at my email ID, which is sgyani@ippf.org. And I will be happy to help you if you need any resources on this particular issue. If you would like to get connected to a support group, whether if you want, you are a parent who's trying to understand your child, things like that, whatever you need be, I will be around and to help you. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Professor Vibhuti Patel to provide her remarks.
After your foolproof presentation, Madam Sonal Gyani ji, I have nothing more to add. Only one thing that we have learned from all 4 presentations by Maya ji, and my whole thing on body normativity, and then Mr. Kaustub's presentation and yours, that what we need is a more awareness, and we need to take it up when it comes to university, we have to take it up include this topic in the refresher course, orientation program, faculty development program. In schools and colleges, we need to take it up in the parent teachers association meeting, because family counseling is also very important. Women development cell have to be converted into women and gender development cell, the way TISS has done. The most important thing that is currently would boost our morale is the best practices. Which are the best practices? Which institutions, which states, which organizations are promoting best practices of gender inclusivity? I think if we document that, popularize them through small, short videos or reports, I think that would make this whole, the multiplier effect would be more, amplifying the voice of LGBTI community will also take place. And there are states like Tamil Nadu, or Chhattisgarh, or Kerala, which has completed the census, gender responsive budgeting that is happening. I think we need to popularize this, and so that multiplication of such good endeavors take place, and the kind of horror stories we heard about exclusion, stigmatization, discrimination, and violence can be countered, and also the new foundation of the new societies, as your concluding slide say, that can be done. I think today's day, it was a very, very rich and excellent learning experience for all of us. Yeah, over to IMPRI.
It truly was, ma'am. On this note, I would like to apologize for the time management issue we faced today. The overshoot time, there needs to be a greater grip on time management as we go on with this session. And yeah, this was our first session, so it was just our way of making it more participative. So we are, truly sorry about the inconvenience caused. And yeah, so ma'am, closing remarks from your end, and then I would like to move ahead with the board.
So my closing remarks are that we need to do more awareness and more research, documentation, and dissemination of the best practices. I think that is a learning of all the 4 presentations today. And tomorrow, I think we'll have to have some timekeeper, because I don't know whether it was in my purview as a chairperson to do that, or the IMPRI team was to do that. So tomorrow we'll do the proper time management. And you, you as a conductor of the program can, do that. Yeah.
And you can also intervene. No problem.
I can also do it. Okay.
Sam, please go ahead with the vote of thanks.
Yes.
I would like to go ahead with the vote of thanks. With the permission of the chair, I would like to propose the formal vote of thanks, ma'am. As we come to the end of day one of Beyond Binaries, Understanding Sexual Identities and Queer Rights Issues in India, an online international summer school program, a 5-day immersive online certificate training course, I, Samriddhi, researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, would like to propose the formal vote of thanks on behalf of IMPRI Gender Impact Study Center, GISC, New Delhi. We are grateful to our experts for the day one session, Maya Avasthi ji, Professor Vibhuti Patel, Dr. Kaustav Padmapati ji, and Sonal Gyani ji for taking out their valuable time and giving us an opportunity to participate and to learn from this online certificate program. We thank our chair, Professor Vibhuti Patel, for convening the session. We also thank all our participants who have raised pertinent questions and have actively participated in today's deliberation. Reading for the sessions have been shared to your email, and the videos of the session will also be shared with you for learning. We look forward to welcoming you for our day 2 of the certificate course tomorrow, on 20th June at 6 p.m. The theme for day 2 is Queer Politics and Contemporary Political Atmosphere, and the experts are Rituparna Nyogji, Professor Pushpesh Kumarji, Aro Akunji, and Vikramaditya Sahaji. We are grateful if you are watching us later on YouTube or listening to us on various podcasts or reading our publications. We hope you continue to join in future to our IMPRI Web Policy Talk and Web Policy Learning. Wishing you a good day. Thank you.